was arrested, we were on the Manta Rose waiting to find that out, to get that information from Parsoness. And in the meantime, do not bark at me. Nina, Chara, and somebody from the crew, we did like a little ritual moment thing after noticing that Rowan's armor had completely changed. And we wanted to find out, like what their cleric status was. And we found out that there was some forsaking going on. It's still to be determined, who's forsaking who, but there's definitely something going on there. Meanwhile, Nathan was doing some stuff. Nathan left. Was doing some stuff. Oh my god,
so
Nathan, I don't know where you were.
Me, Nina, and Rowan in the sewers. And you were on the ship talking to Hot Captain the first time.
I thought that was the previous episode.
Nope.
Okay, I don't deserve inspiration.
That's okay.
Somebody else.
You jumped to about like an hour in, so you're good though.
Yeah, you're doing
great.
Okay, that was pretty good. Because essentially we started in the sewers. We found out that we were being watched by a symbol that was on the wall down in the sewers. We eventually figured out to meet you at the ship after you were leaving, or back at the ship while you decided to go get food.
You did the murderer illusion on those two people in the alleyway. Do you remember that?
Oh my gosh, yes. And now Xanathar is probably watching us. It was really good we got out when we did. So
we got back to the ship. Convinced the captain that we were going to leave Rowan there, essentially. We left there, went and talked to the guards to try to get Liam out. They ended up taking all his stuff. We ended up getting him out. We got back to at what's the name of that inn?
The Yawning Portal.
Yawning Portal.
Yawning Portal.
Yep. In between that, obviously, Liam was arrested for assaulting guards because he's still deaf. Still trying to figure his things out. We got back to the Yawning Portal. Had a bit of an altercation with Liam, not understanding a few things about how we're helping him. He doesn't want help.
I think they're kind of a
plan to create an illusions of us jumping down the portal so that way we could leave town without being searched for. Nina and I left to go find a way to do that. Didn't really acquire any. You came up with a good plan and the spell and got us out of there. We ended up leaving there and heading back to the ship, which basically turned out to be an airship. Now we're on the way to do the thing for the old bitch. I mean, Dina.
In theory, that's what we're doing. We'll see how close to that plan we stay. Good job. Thank you for jumping in there.
All right.
I mean, Nathan,
broad strokes.
Stitch back.
Yeah, you got Stitch back.
Yeah, I got Stitch back.
You hit it off with Mr. Piccolo, the explosive expert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's all I really had as well, though. We got told to stay in town. We definitely didn't stay in town.
13-day journey.
We're definitely being watched.
7 a.m. breakfast, midday snack, 6 p.m. dinner.
The important things. And Rowan is, 24, 36 hours into her blind and deafness?
There's a storage area that we are not allowed to enter. Yeah.
Well done, guys. Well done.
That was good teamwork. Good job, everyone.
It was.
Go team.
All right. Anyone that participated can go ahead and take an inspiration if you don't have one already. Okay. So, coming back, let's see. So yes, we left off. You guys were heading basically, I think, to your rooms to get a long rest. And we have one day left of... Well, okay, I guess I shouldn't say that. You guys don't really know that. However, Rowan has about one day left of madness to her. Let's see.
You can start that next day, and then basically, if they came in to check on me, I'm still just rocking in a corner.
Yep.
There
Okay.
you go.
Okay. So you all wake up the next day. It is technically the first full day on the ship and in the air. You all get a long rest except for Rowan. And then you're not getting exhaustion, Rowan. It's just you're not getting the benefits of long rest.
Yeah.
And, oh yeah, there's this kind of stuff that comes along with this. You guys are on the airship. Yeah, you guys wake up. Anyone going to be an early riser today? Aside from Rowan. Nada. Anyone going to breakfast? I guess I'll say that. Which is at what
Nina will.
time, Rowan?
7 a.m.
There you go.
Yeah, Nina will be up and going to do that because she's going to go make sure she can get some food for Rowan and then come back and feed her.
Okay.
She's not going to try to navigate Rowan through this ship. Rowan just gets to stay in her room for the time until she gets...
Probably the best.
I was gonna say the rooms are. Bunks, right? Bunks. I remember. Right?
Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
So somebody, I think, staying with Rowan?
Yeah, and I think last session I said Nina was going to be focused on her, so she was bunking with her.
Gotcha.
Okay, so
I would go to breakfast too. Yeah.
yeah, you are able to head downstairs, easily get some food to bring up back to Rowan. A lot of the crew are down there. It's all the crew you've already met. And they just kind of pleasantly exchange pleasantries, pass food around the table. This very much, you get the feeling this is, as much as they are a crew and professional, like to have a professional appearance, they very much have this family. You know what? You could probably look at it as almost like Serenity, kind of. They have their meal moments, and they're there conversing, enjoying each other's company. You guys come in. You can feel free to join them. Nina, I imagine you're going to grab some food and just head back.
I think Nina sits down and enjoys her meal. Like, she eats quickly. She doesn't take long, but she spends a couple of minutes, like, watching this, picking up on the way that they're more family, like that this is more like, you know, the family dinner before service starts at a restaurant. You know what I mean? Like that vibe. It's the coming together before people go off to do their own thing. And just kind of picking up on that. Like, is Parsonus here as well eating, or is he off?
Yeah.
Okay.
They are all down here eating.
Okay. So Nina would be nice to anyone who talked to her, but she probably wouldn't be trying to make conversation. She's being very observant, and so when she's done with her food, she will take a plate up, just kind of excuse herself and say that she's going to go feed Rowan. As baby-like as that sounds. But yeah.
All right. Yeah, and they would have made you enough specifically understanding the issues that you're dealing with Rowan right now, especially having been in the room when Chara did the thing earlier. Oh no, she wasn't in there for that. She would disregard. But she did go in the room and saw Rowan. So she specifically made like some easily like porridge, like very good porridge, but something that
Stuff that doesn't need to be cut up because
Exactly.
Rowan can't see to cut it up.
Yeah. It's a bit of a mess, but you still get food into her.
And just so Rowan's clear, it's not like Nina's taking a spoonful and trying to feed you like a literal baby. She gives you the spoon and kind of like guides your hand to the bowl. And then if you just get lost along the way, she's there to help you like re-find where it's at. But yeah, you still probably have the keys too.
Absolutely.
After she takes the spoon, you guide it to her mouth. She then like guides the key other hand to her mouth and then down. A couple times you have to bat the hand down like, no, we don't eat that.
This group of fucking keys, I swear to God.
Okay. Anyone else going to head to breakfast at all?
I have this odd image in my head, and I'm just curious. Does Mr. Piccolo have his own room, or does he sleep somewhere in his lab?
He would probably sleep in a room offset from Enof's. So same level as his lab, however, it's further back.
Because I just get this feeling that Nathan probably wouldn't have gone to a room and probably just slept in like a chair or something. Just in case, because sharing a room with anybody he doesn't want to right now would not be a good thing.
All right.
So he would probably come up for breakfast probably around the same time Mr. Pickle. Yes. The only difference is, I guess, Nina, you'd probably see him. He's not wearing his jacket, and life and death are not on him. And he's just wearing his like black compression t-shirt that he has under his jacket.
Would you say he looks more relaxed than he's been in a while, or it's just like
A little bit.
Okay. She'd say good morning and then, you know, explain that she has to go make sure Rowan doesn't die of starvation too.
Yep.
Okay. Liam? Chara?
Yeah, I would have went down to breakfast. Yeah, well, I would have gone down. Well, I won't say I will have gone down to breakfast. I feel like Chara would have definitely wanted to see the sunrise, like she's just fascinated by this view of the plane, like, because she's never been this high up, so she's absolutely fascinated. So I do imagine her, like, especially on the first day, being able to go and see the sunrise and then go to breakfast with everyone else.
Okay. And Liam? Liam? Marco?
Polo.
Yeah.
In the chat, he said that laundry's being loud, so he's going to stay muted for now. So, and he said he's going to explore the ship silently since he's still feeling a certain way about the fight.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay. So, unless anyone has anything specifically they want to do today, we're just going to head to day 2. All right.
Yeah, that works for me.
So
I think most of the stuff that Nathan would be doing is just working with Mr. Piccolo on making his powder better.
Yeah.
Quotations better.
Absolutely.
I don't have anything specific either, but Nina will eventually get out of the room and kind of just do like walks around a little bit, just to like she can't sit in the room with silent Rowan watching her like obsess over this key. So when Nina does walk around the ship, she's paying close attention to the way the crew interacts together, and she's trying to gauge a sense if Parsoness's crew has any strife. Like, are there any disputes between crew members? You know, how do they handle it? So she's watching that. She's not doing anything yet, but I would say for the first day, that's kind of where her focus is.
Okay.
just getting the vibe for the crew and how they interact. Because meals are one thing. How do they interact when they're working or flying or whatever? So.
Yeah. You very much see a well-oiled crew. You know, they have little spats here and there, but for the most part, these are people that seem to have been working together for quite a while, and there's nothing really imperative or pending that causes them to have to do anything that gives you a sense as to if something bad were to happen, how they would react. However, you just get a sense that these people are used to living in close quarters together.
Cool. Sounds good.
Okay. So then for day 2, you all get a long rest. And Rowan, you wake up. You find yourself lying there, staring at an opposite wall, and all of a sudden your thoughts suddenly just clarify, and it's almost like taking a fresh breath of air mentally. Everything that seemed so muddied and confusing, you suddenly just know exactly who you are. You're confused about where your thoughts just came from, but you blink and realize you're looking at a wall. And you hear a air rushing outside in the distance. Now and then you hear footsteps along a metal ramp. And you kind of hear just this general humming and thumping every now and then.
Would you say that with everything kind of clearing up, coming back so suddenly, any sort of migraine or?
No, I think you come back to clarity perfectly fine, just very confused.
This is first thing in the morning, right? So, not that long after Nina's coming in with breakfast for you.
Yeah, we'll say you can come in with breakfast, Nina.
If you're coming in, you probably. Is there a window in this room at all?
No.
Or a hole or something?
No.
Okay. So when you walk in, Rowan's probably sitting on the bed with her knees kind of pulled up to her, with her arms kind of wrapped around the front of them, leaning on the back on the wall.
And remind me, did Rowan's eyes go milky white when she had the blindness this time too, so we would see the clarity in them? Is there physical signs that she's come back to herself? I can't remember what.
I don't remember.
I know the first time she was blind, they did,
so
but I don't think they did this time.
It was more just, you see her hand just kind of loosen on the key.
Okay.
And there's this little metallic.
When you walk in, I will look up
Right at me. Okay.
at you.
Oh my gosh, you're back. Oh, you're back, right? You can hear me?
Yes.
I like rush over and I sit down on the bed and kind of set the little tray. Oh my god, it's been like 3 days. You couldn't see anything, you couldn't hear anything. We had to walk you through the city. How are you feeling?
3 days?
We'll get there. Just how are you feeling?
I feel like I don't know, it's like I think I really fucked up.
There's a lot of that going around.
Why am I holding this key?
I thought you could maybe explain that. You have been all about it for the last 3 days, talking about how it was going to be your savior, how it was the only thing that was going to get you out of whatever trouble you were in. It really made absolutely no sense. Honestly thought we had another like brain key situation that was going to happen.
I immediately throw it to the side, like
Perfect.
like it's hot. It just-
Yeah, it
I'm pretty sure it was actually just the key. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was actually just the key to your manacles because you got those off. But what's the last thing you remember?
I was being escorted away from that house that Liam was in. A magistrate started taking me down a back alley, and I got real worried when he made everyone leave, except for me and him. He's like, I'm like fiddling with my hands. I just wanted to knock him out, and it didn't go well.
Okay. You can tell Nina's just like, I would say a little patronizing, maybe, just like listening, like, okay, yep, that's exactly how it went down. Because from your perspective and everything, it is. She goes, okay, I feel like I should get some of the others in here. They've been worried about you too, but really quick, we're on a ship, but it's not a boat ship, it's an airship. So, Tara made us some friends. We found the Manta Rose, and they're taking us to Athkatla.
So that's happening. Oh, okay.
It's a pretty long story, but like I said, maybe I should get the others. They'll be excited to see her around.
Can you give me
Sure.
like half an hour or something?
Yeah.
3 days. Okay.
And I think Chara will have some more information for you because we did a little thing to talk to Heronius when we were trying to figure out what was happening. But just don't panic about it, okay?
What?
Your armor's just a little bit different.
Pull it down. Is it still different?
Yeah, you see just a fist, no lightning bolt. The sparks and light from the pauldron are no longer there.
But it's not a. My understanding is it's not that he's abandoned you. But let Chara explain. She's the one who talked to him.
Okay.
Here, eat up, and she'll slide you breakfast and then leave you alone for a half an hour before she brings everybody else back.
Oh boy. Yeah, and I very much am just kind of dumbfounded, like trying to soak in the fact of what happened.
All right.
I think Nina wanted to info dump on you, like high-level flat facts to let you process in that half an hour and then come in with everybody else. Whether or not that was the best idea, that was her logic. So yeah, she would find everyone one by one. Probably Chara first, just because Chara's the one who does have some information for her and can probably help calm Rowan down. Then Nathan, and then Liam. And she would just be like, Rowan's come back to herself. Give her a couple more minutes, and then we can all meet up and try to fill her in.
While she's gone, I am going to attempt to cast light on like the bed or the food tray. That's what she brought. I'll do it like on a plate or something. I'm going to attempt to cast light and see if I still have my magic.
Okay. You attempt to cast, and that is not one of your racial feats, correct? Or
Actually, that one is. I have that because I'm an awesomer. So actually,
oh yes, you are able to cast that.
okay.
Yeah, it lights up, and
I will then, like, at the key or something, attempt to do, like, tone dead. And see if I'm able to do that. No, that's
yeah,
being a
you
cleric.
are not able to. You can't even feel drawing a connection to be able to draw on that.
Okay.
Okay. Nina goes around to everyone, lets them know the Rowan's up and running. And then, anyone want to do anything else in particular today?
I think I would, at some point, maybe if I approach like some of the crew members, because I do want to try to learn a new language while I'm on board, and then if they don't have any new languages within the crew, then maybe go to Nina, because I know Nina speaks a few different languages that I can speak.
Okay. So
Yeah, I'm down to do that in the evening.
yeah, so some of them do know a couple. It's mostly common, but like Philippe knows Halfling, Hesteva knows Dwarvish, Parsoness knows Infernal. I think that's it. The rest know common. You, in 13 days, with your intelligence score, you could probably, you're not going to learn the full language, but you could learn enough to have fun, probably.
Well, then, yeah, maybe I would do Infernal then, because I could keep practicing with Nina after the fact.
Okay. All right, so that would
Also
be
convenient that it's crispy parsnips.
uh-huh.
Nina knows it, but more specifically because Nina knows it.
Captain Parsoness. Okay. Righto. So.
I was gonna say, when Nina kind of walks up to Nathan and finds him, he's probably back in Piccolo's area again. He's probably got like a small table, and again, he's got like the jacket over the back of the jacket or the back of the chair, and the table is like life and death are just in all of their pieces, taken apart and being worked on. And he's just kind of sitting there tinkering.
Did you break it?
That as you come in and
What?
say that, you see both their heads kind of turn and look at you, because Piccolo was absolutely invested in what he was doing too. Like, has a little pair of pliers out and is kind of moving things around as well.
I mean, is it supposed to be in pieces? Usually when things are in pieces, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, it's fun. Everything comes apart at some point. Has swords, armor, all the same.
My staff doesn't.
Clean it. What now? What now?
My staff doesn't come apart. It's just a piece of wood. Anyway,
solid piece.
Yeah.
I mean, I can make it more pieces. I can make it more pieces.
No. But okay, you didn't break it. You're working on it. What?
I don't know. Just trying to make it. Just trying to make it better.
Okay. What was wrong with it before?
Nothing was wrong, but doesn't mean it can't be better.
Rowan's awake. Like actually awake.
And his mood just drops entirely. All right, then. And he kind of like stands up and picks up the cloth he's got, and he's just greased up, like basically wrist down, essentially. And he kind of wipes some off and throws it on.
I mean, you don't have to do anything. I overwhelmed her to start, and then I was going to give her time to process, but she would lead the way. My cat also just turned on my printer, so I got to make sure she didn't do anything.
We were watching the whole time.
Yeah.
She wants in the box.
Mr. Piccolo's just like tennis match. I like head turning back and forth between the two of you watching. And then as you go to leave, Nathan, he almost looks a little excited as you walk out and leave your guns on the table apart.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't notice.
All right. You guys head upstairs, 2 floors, and head to Rowan's room. Rowan, you hear a little knock. Nina pops her head inside.
Hey, you ready for company? You can say no.
Yeah, like I have choice.
No, you can say no. We're practicing that around here.
Just rip the Band-Aid off.
And I throw open the door and lead whoever decided to show up after I told them.
All right, Nathan.
Chara would
behind
probably
you.
be the first one in.
Chara,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're first
Nathan will be
in.
the last.
Liam walks in at some point in the middle, but this arms folded, looking grumpy.
So, Nina, Chara, Liam, Nathan. They all kind of file into the room. Nina kind of leans back against the door, closing it.
I think I instinctively go over to like the water pitcher that I've had in the corner and pour myself just a glass of water and just sit down on like a stool or my bed or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Chara would probably sit next to Rowan.
You would probably sense, like, she's very stiff. Probably actually, like, arms crossed, but holding them kind of tight to her chest. Still trying to process everything.
So I'm sure you have questions. Do you want to start with yours rather than us just info dumping more at you?
Well, I guess Chara, you were there. What happened after you told me to run?
So after I told you to run, the magistrates obviously showed up and They took me in for questioning. I told them that I saw a figure take off. Well, more specifically, I said it was a demon, and tried to give them a description not like yours, and sent it the opposite direction than the one that you ran. And then I feel like I convinced them that it was okay. But I heard later that a magistrate did die.
The one that I scuffled with?
I don't know. I can't remember where we were in the city. I'm pretty sure they said that somebody died in the North Ward. A magistrate did.
Do you know any other detail? I mean,
We left really quickly afterwards.
I attempted to go hide, and my mind became jumbled. Like, I couldn't think straight. I couldn't see or hear or... If I killed him, but I couldn't.
I know. You spared the dying on him. I don't understand it.
That wasn't even the original intent. I just wanted to knock him out.
I know. I know. And
I had no idea who he was. I didn't know where he was taking me. He was going down an alley and he made everyone leave.
there was no way you could have known that he was taking you to what's her face? Not Jessica.
Yeah, right.
Her name wasn't Jessica.
Archie.
Archie. There was no way you could have known that he was taking you to Archie. There was no way you could have known that I was right behind you, that you weren't alone. You did what you thought you had to do. We've all, and then Chara looks very pointedly at all of the individuals in the room at this point, have done things when we were backed into a corner.
I would love to agree, but she wasn't backed into a corner.
Based on her perception, she was.
Yeah.
I mean, you weren't even there, Nathan. It's like...
I got 2 questions for you, and then we can go from there. How's that sound?
Okay.
Were you in front of or behind this magistrate?
Behind, he was leading me.
So he trusted you to be behind him, even though you thought it was a threat. Did he take your weapons away by any chance? Or did he leave those on you?
That's a good question. I don't. In the moment, I don't think we ever played out that my stuff was taken.
It was not. Yeah, you must have felt real threatened.
Yeah, well, I kind of did. I mean, literally the day before, Liam was in an alley and got kidnapped and taken to this peanut woman. Like, you weren't there.
But you have more than once said you can handle yourself and take care of yourself.
And theoretically, in a way, I did. I got away from the dude.
And talking never really crossed your mind.
Yeah, no, I'm not really good at that.
Except you're
Really?
supposed to be a knight of Heronius.
You weren't there in the moment. I made a split choice.
Yes, a very stupid one.
Sure, maybe.
Okay, this is not Hylo and Rowan moment. Let's just take a
No,
breath.
it's fine. He can say whatever. He's entitled to his own opinions.
I'm just confused. That's all. You continuously tell me over and over again that you don't need protection, you don't need my help. Yet you consistently do the exact opposite with your actions. It's very confusing. And on top of that, for some reason, you're a very intelligent person. You know what to do, you know how to be honorable, peaceful, you know how to take care of yourself, yet you make decisions like this. I do not understand. So my question is what aren't you saying? You decide to take the gem for yourself. You decide to run off and make decisions where I feel threatened in an alley behind a man with all of my weapons and need to knock him out rather than say something. You give up the other gem to the church because they threaten you to do so. Why would any church threaten somebody of their own following to do something? I don't understand, because you refuse to talk to me.
To us, Nina says.
And I'm getting very tired of people around here saying they don't need our help. And then having to turn around and save them the next fucking day.
Can I just retroactively say something real quick? Because I was struggling with my mic.
Yeah, go for it.
Liam's just going to look over at Nina and say, just stay out of this.
Nina looks at Liam and says, "Fuck you. Don't tell me what to do.
Liam will say,
You need to hear this as much as Rowan does."
I
But
don't
she
know.
will turn and look back. Yeah.
Nathan, I haven't felt this lost in a long time. I don't know what to say.
Do you even know what to do?
Not anymore.
Because that's the part that's killing me the most. Who in this room is apparently your friend?
Quite frankly, I don't know why you guys even brought me.
That was not my question. Answer it. Who do you consider being your friend in this room? I don't care if it's one, if it's two, if it's none. Answer the damn question.
I don't even know how to answer that. I don't deserve to have friends after everything that I've done.
Again, that is not my question. Who do you consider to be your friend in this room? Who do you want to be the friend in this room? I don't care if you decide you don't deserve it. I don't care if you don't feel like you should have any. Who do you want to be your friend in this room?
All of you.
Then why aren't you asking us for help?
Because I feel like I'm falling off a cliff and I don't want to drag you with me.
I'm sorry, you cannot use that metaphor because you have literally done that to somebody here. Out of character, sorry, don't mean to make you laugh now, but still. How did that go? I don't think she cared. Other than the hurt part.
You want to know what happened when I tried to be a friend?
Enlighten me.
I walked into that alley. Wanting to
By the
talk-
way, you also had your earpiece in when you walked into that alley.
Not that alley, the first alley. When I left that place and I walked up to Liam,
Yeah.
and you know what he did?
Same thing he always does. You left, right?
He climbed the fucking wall and ran away from me and basically almost got himself killed.
Yep. And then you called us, asked for help, and we were immediately there. Because we want to be your friend. Didn't ask questions why. Didn't get confused with anything in between. We were just there.
You were. You always have been, Nathan.
Nina was there first. My point is that you are consistently making decisions and not asking for help or talking to us. You're just making the decisions and asking for forgiveness. And I don't understand why. You say you don't deserve friends, yet you're still here. You don't think you do, then why haven't you left? Deep down in some way, shape, or form, you must want them.
Theoretically, you could have just left me in that alley. And then I could have walked away.
We're in a house.
I mean, back when whatever happened.
Yeah, but that's not who I am. I don't leave people I care about hanging high and dry. And that's a me thing. That will never change. Whether you like it or not.
I
And I
realized
have a feeling I don't think you would do the same. Hence why you went into the house and healed Liam.
I did, but you're all over me about this whole thing. And I'm gonna look over at Liam and just
I've
look at-
been there. You were a little elsewhere during that conversation.
Liam's gotten his ultimatum too.
My problem is we had a plan to break into somewhere to save a kid. And if I'm being completely honest, both of you royally fucked that up. And despite everybody telling me that kid's gonna be fine, I don't think he is. I think we're gonna get back to that house city to a corpse.
So why didn't you just go after him?
Because I had to go after both of you.
But you didn't.
Yes, I did, or I would not be able to live with myself. I want to be both of your friends. And I want to make sure both of you are safe, and I don't want the other people I care about to... Never mind. Nonetheless,
It doesn't matter anymore. I can't help
which
it.
part?
I can't help.
How do you
What do
figure?
you mean?
I will look over at Chara, and when she says, "What do you mean?" and see, I will attempt to do a divine favor, and I'll say it out loud. That basically, like, I'm trying to give you divine favor.
You just see her do this, and it's almost like she's just talking. You're used to seeing things happen and just nothing.
Roll a dex saving throw for me, Rowan. For shits and giggles.
Dex saving throw.
Yeah.
Okay. I have advantage with that. 18.
Yeah, not hard. Nathan just balls up the cloth he has and throws it at you, and basically just put up your arm and block it. No big deal.
Balls up a cloth. Is that what you said?
Yeah, he's had a cloth in his hand, just wiping his hands off the grease and stuff the whole time. Oh, look. The one in knight's armor can block things. Looks like she's still useful.
Well, hold on. So, yes. We talked, I talked to Heronius again.
Talk to him. I hear him now.
I hear him. Could you repeat
I hear
that?
it now.
She just came and like started back talking me for no reason.
That was so great.
I thought that was just Rowan like letting out a cry.
Y'all see her jump off the bed to come sit behind me and yowl at me. Oh my gosh. No, anyway, I'm so sorry, Rowan. What did you say?
No, you said that you had talked to Herodias, and I was like you legitimately talked to him?
Yeah, I've talked to him before. This is the second time I've talked to him.
Okay.
It was one of her little seance things. We had to get 2 of the kitchen helpers in on it. It's a whole thing.
But you know, just checking in, seeing what's going on. And basically, it doesn't have to be permanent. It doesn't have to be a forever thing. He said that essentially he's waiting for you.
Okay.
You don't. He said that you were the one who kind of walked away from the beliefs. But he's waiting. It's up to you what you want to do next.
I need to know if I need to know if I killed that guy. I know it might be too late now since we're flying away, but that's
Well, we'll be back. Maybe the captain
Nina-
has some information that he can get by the time we get back. Yes.
You have the map, right? The map of the city still.
Sure. She'll like crouch down on the ground, pull out her bag from underneath her bunk, pull out the map, and roll it out on her bed for you to look at.
DM, can you put up the map for me? Unless I have
Waterdeep?
access to it. Of Waterdeep, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry if
No,
that's
you're good.
random.
There you go.
Okay. So they said that they died in the North Ward, right? Were we in the North Ward when that happened? Let me zoom in.
We
What
were
was the name of
pretty
the
close to
street?
the awning portal, so maybe a few blocks from that at most.
Which is like in the Dock Ward.
No. Yeah, we were at the other tavern in the North Ward when all of this went down. When Liam got
We were.
jumped the person. Yeah, so the yawning portal was a different one. So we were in the North Ward because we were near Heronius's temple after we gave away the gem.
Okay. It could be a play on words. The map was not as helpful as I thought it was going to be. I thought that was going to be more helpful. But the way that I'm seeing it is he did die, but we brought him back. They didn't say that a magistrate was dead. They said a magistrate had died. We can find out.
True.
And there's one person you could ask. And at the end of the day, this is gonna sound really shitty, but it doesn't matter if you killed him or he's alive. You can't go back and change what's happened. You can only move forward. Time is linear in that way.
I appreciate what you're trying to say, Char, but the fact of the matter is, if I went to that degree, that goes against everything I ever stood for.
But it's not too late. I'm sure you're gonna have to atone if that's what you want to do, but you have a choice to make. And I think I speak for all of us when I say that we'll stand by you whatever that choice is, but it's not something we can make for you.
And I'm sorry, I'm just gonna tell you where I'm at. I don't understand why. After all the failure and the falling off cliffs and getting people potentially killed, and I don't understand why you just keep giving me a chance.
I'd hope somebody would give me a chance. You don't get many. We, as people, don't get many, but
I think I'd like to get some fresh air, if you don't mind.
can we get
No,
fresh air?
we mind.
Is that an option?
Yeah, that's actually not possible while we're in the ship. That would mean you'd get flung off the ship.
Like we're going that fast?
Yeah. But we can take you to the deck, like what looks out through windows, and leave you alone.
Sure, that I'd like to see, I guess, the sky when I can see again.
Yeah. Come on. Nina will take you out, show you around. Introduce you to anyone we pass by.
Real quick, as you are heading to follow Nina, you pass by Nathan, and you almost like kind of softly brush by him. As you do, your vision flashes, and you see dark skies filled with smoke, acrid, choking. The rest of you watch as Rowan's eyes go white.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Rowan, there is a heavy scent of iron and sulfur hanging in the air. Nearly visible, it's so thick as it's just carried along by the smoke. Ash falls in the cold, biting air, giving this illusion of snow. Growls, gnashing, cries, screams, screeches, clashing of weapons, explosions, all these chaos, these noises of war seem to have dulled as the battle shifted to the Western Valley. In a brief moment of reprieve, covered in dirt, smoke, blood and gore, sharp pains ripping along your shoulder and your thigh, you look to the Western Valley and you see the crown of the world tree, Yggdrasil, erupt into flames. A bone-shattering, unnatural scream ripping across the plains of existence. You see smatterings of your kin, your fellow warriors, dead. The grace of the gods having left them. And there, amidst the hordes of scattered demons and devils now fighting each other once more, lay a golden-scaled Kyrene, where white flames once cascaded from his head and back now lay limply as a bloodstained mane. You feel devastation fill your chest. Tears leak down your face as you see the unmoving corpse of your longest and closest friend. His color now dulled as the light has left him. His form being trampled on by retreating monsters. Your vision blurs in darkness. What seems like moments later, you peel your eyes open. Blinding bright white skies, silhouettes of trees above you, big fluffy snowfall drifting towards you, and a face of porcelain skin, ruddy cheeks, pink lips, brown black hair in long braids, eyes glowing white. This female looks down at you, puffs of cold air lingering as she leaves over you with concern. Fear not, old friend. The Stormcrow of Isgard has found you. Nathan, you stumble back a step, the vision breaking, and for a split moment, because you also saw this, you see Rowan's eyes are radiant white before she also blinks and turns normal. Rowan, your vision shifts back to the walls of the Manta Rose as well. And I will show you who you saw.
It's your mommy.
Both of you stagger for a moment. As you come back to yourself.
Nathan would just like quickly reach up and wipe the tear coming out of his eye, and his voice kind of breaks a little bit. And what was that?
You saw this too?
Just nods. And
I like put a hand on the wall, like kind of brace myself a little bit. Did I just see a memory of yours?
you want me to roll to piece that together, or can I just say that I've kind of pieced it together?
Kip gave them the details about the Kyrene and everything,
what,
right?
Kipley had told you before, I would say you can piece that together, yeah.
Well, that's the only reason I'm kind
In
of
an unsure way, he kind of just nods again, kind of like a.
I look over at you with like pain kind of look in my eyes. I like start to lift a hand, but Nina, can you? Where's this window place?
Yeah, come on. I'll just like gently pull you behind me.
I was gonna say too, when you start to like lift your hand, Nathan kind of puts his hand up to like basically just be like, it's okay to tell you to stop type deal. And this is the first time you notice that he has like little round scars essentially in his palm in like a pattern. And it looks like somebody's basically drilled into his hand.
Gotcha.
Okay. Nina, you guide Rowan. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
You guide her down the walkway out of the room, down the walkway, basically towards the bridge. You're up on the platform. Rowan, you see this expanse before you. They currently have the main doors open. There is there's a glass barrier. The platform you're on, there are extensions that kind of walk around towards the side. 2 more platforms that you could stand on. They look like sitting areas where there is also a window on each side. If you were to climb down all the way to the bottom floor, that is where you would see basically Anise and Fennel, where they are both managing the systems and the guidance system, the navigation, all the things that make the ship run, basically.
Okay.
But you see this expanse of sky before you.
And I just go and I lean on the railing. I don't say anything, but I stay with you unless you ask me to leave. And for the crew, this has been where Nina has been, like, this is where her walks culminate. Like, she comes to this point every day, looks out at the sky, and then we'll go back to Rowan at the end.
So I'll like grab onto the railing, kind of looking out, not saying anything yet. Probably good 5 minutes later. Just right when you probably started thinking about like either leaving alone or whatever, like awkward silence for a while. Very softly, almost, I guess almost inaudible. I'm surprised you didn't have more to say.
I think Nina lets that sit for an awkwardly long amount of seconds before she just goes, I'm tired of repeating things. And to be honest, while I don't think you made the smartest decisions, I also don't think it was entirely your fault. So, like I said, there's been a lot of fucking up going around. On all of us.
I'm starting to feel so tired.
Well, as someone who's been sharing a room with you for the last 3 days, I could say that you haven't really slept.
Before we met, I'll finally kind of turn towards you. I thought I knew Liam or a part of him. And now lately I've realized I didn't know anything at all. He was the first person that I probably would say I would call friend, but I don't even know if I can say that anymore.
On that, I think we can agree. I knew a Liam once, but it's not the same man who was just in that room with us. This Liam only lets us get to know what he wants us to see. And I think that's been a very curated version of him up until very recently.
I can't imagine what you all have gone through. What you've gone through.
Oh, this is not where we're going to talk about my trauma. But it's a lot, And I think there's a lot that Liam and I haven't matched up. He thinks he knows things. I know things. And I know half of my life wasn't real. So there's a lot of doubt. There's a lot of distrust. And I can understand it. But like I said, I'm tired of repeating myself. So he's been given that same ultimatum. I know that you said it felt like, it wasn't just you, but Nathan threw Liam against a wall when we were in that tavern. He was so angry. So Liam's had his supper. We'll just have to see if he eats it now.
So
We were worried about you, though.
you didn't have to come for me.
You keep saying that, but I mean, we have a name. We wouldn't really be the Voluntold without people for me to volunteer to do things.
Fair.
Although, to be honest, you and Liam are the ones who have been volunteering us to do things with your actions, so. It's a joke. I'm sorry. I've been very tense. I thought we were literally getting on a boat that was going to get on water, and now we're in the sky, and like you, I would also like some fresh air. But this is day 3 of a 13-day voyage, so buckle up, babe. We're in it for the long haul.
13.
Yep, you heard that right.
We are stuck in a tin can for 13 days.
You betcha. But hey, I know where the good booze is. Chara made friends with the captain, and it's all in his cabin.
Is that the one that she said was really hot or whatever the first time?
Oh yeah, no, and he is. I know that might not be your cup of tea, but he's a cutie. That's that one. And if he's around at his desk where he's got his maps and everything, I'll just point out the tiefling.
Yeah, he
If he's not here, I'll wait until dinner.
no, so this area is where you guys are standing is where his maps are. That main platform.
Oh, perfect.
We'll say for
Just out
sake of
Chara.
it, yeah. I actually
Thanks, guys.
was gonna have him walking up right behind you. And he just kind of walks up and he's like, "Oh, the cleric. Alive once again. Out and about on
Yes.
your own, I see. Feeling better?"
Rowan, this is Captain Parsness.
At your service.
Reach out my hand.
He doesn't shake it.
I'm sorry for any trouble I may have caused you.
I
My
mean,
other-
I'd love to hear your side of things.
There's not much to really tell. Apparently my memories and behavior got a little jumbled, like I was insane, so that must have been fun to see.
I heard a magistrate was killed.
And brought back.
His eyes slide to you, Nina. Is that right?
Is that even true? I mean, and I'll lean over to. Well, I don't even care. Like he said it out loud. How much does he know?
He smirks, just kind of leans back against the rail.
I'm trying to think if there's anything specifically we haven't told him. Because we've been pretty forthright.
I was going to say, Nathan was pretty upfront.
Yeah. I don't think we've hidden much from him.
Can you? Is it still a rumor, or can you confirm that that's what happened, and what magistrate it was?
Confirm which part? That he died? Or that he lives?
That he died?
You see him like cross his arms and like one of his fingers like tapping. His name is Magistrate Darevin Grimlock, and he lives. So you can wipe that from your conscience.
Oh, this one won't. It's going to be there for a long time.
Can't say I'm sad
Grimlock,
about
is that what you said? Darevin Grimlock?
Darevin Grimlock. Derivyn. Grimlock.
Which, that is the same. Like when he came up to the house, I think I remember him saying his name when he walked in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because I was like, I recognize that name, so I'm pretty sure he introduced himself when he walked up, or someone said, "Here comes Grimlock."
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he died first.
No, he didn't die. Look, sometimes the magistrate let things seem one way. They're running an investigation.
Called it. Political corruption in a city. Who would have guessed?
Is that
In other news,
guilt I
water is
sense?
wet.
You see, like, the slightest of relief, or like a letting out some air of relief. Well, I appreciate you informing me. I guess. Can I insight to see if I believe his statement, or if he's just saying something to make me feel better?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least you're inciting an adult this time.
Hey!
Is he?
Character growth.
Oh shit! As I throw my dice across the damn table. Ooh, 9.
No, no, you have no. You're whatever you think. You think.
Okay.
It probably doesn't help that Nina like immediately like switches things a little bit too, and she goes, "You mentioned your contact went dark, right, Captain? Was that the same magistrate?"
His eyes kind of slide to you, Nina. Gives you a little wink, and then he pushes off, and he's going to walk towards the ladder, climb down, and head towards the two girls.
I mean, I guess I can see what Chara was talking about.
Right? It's pretty sly. Not my type, but yeah. That'd be too much horns involved. It's a mess.
Meanwhile,
Really graphic images there.
before Megan's imagination goes wild, back in the room with Nathan, Liam, and Chara. As the two of them leave, and the door closes behind them. Any immediate reactions?
Nathan's gonna keep him to himself on that one.
Hang on one second.
So, I guess Liam's just gonna go for a walk and investigate the Manta Rose.
Okay. Anywhere you're looking for in particular, or just kind of doing a roam?
Just doing a roam.
Okay.
I got no goals. Just
Okay.
trying to keep busy and stay away from people.
All right.
People who are
Great,
gonna
Chara's going to follow you. So,
This isn't like a particular I just don't want to be social. It's more of a just trying to stay out of people's way who are blaming them.
Yeah. You feel a tail throughout most of the day.
oh, and I'm obvious about it too. I'm going to try to catch up to Liam. Let me rephrase. I'm not following you like a creep this time. It's more just trying to catch up to you. And she'd be like, Chara's gonna pull out a dagger. I'd just be like, so I've had this for ever, and I don't know how to use it. And it is the basic of the basics daggers. It's probably really dull. It's super unimpressive. A little dingy. It's I've only stabbed one person with it. But I realized, if something was to happen to my magic, I don't think I could protect myself very well.
Well, Liam's gonna look at the dagger. First things first, you might want to sharpen it. And then,
Oh.
the basic premise is don't stick yourself with the pointy part. Point the pointy part elsewhere.
Right. I got that part. That's really good advice. Thanks for that. But I want to wield daggers the way you do. Can you teach me how to do it? I mean, we have 12 days. I mean, you can spend them doing nothing, but that just sounds boring.
Liam's gonna let out an exasperated groan and just be like, follow me.
Chara's gonna yay!
Is going to
All is behind you.
take you to find a whetstone to sharpen it.
Okay. You two... Liam kind of slips out of the room. Chara bouncing behind him. You guys head off. Nathan in the room, left alone. What are you doing?
Honestly, he would just basically take a couple of step backs into the wall, sit himself on the ground, and just break. 'Cause those are feelings he hasn't had in a long time.
Okay.
And probably try to snack at the same time. Realizing he forgot his jacket with all the snacks in it.
There's a snack. You see Nina's bag. It's probably got fresh hand bacon.
Does your bag also have paper and a pen?
Yes, it does.
He writes out a little IOU.
Oh.
Tucks it in, pays it for bacon.
Okay. All right. So you guys eventually meet for evening meal, unless there was something you guys all wanted to do today in particular.
At some point, I gotta go check on my guns. How are they?
You head back down at some point, and you find your gun's pristine condition. The grout, any kind of dirt, completely gone. They are put back together. There is fresh powder in a vial, like a glass thing, corked thing next to it. Okay, great. And they
Erlenmeyer flask with the cork.
yeah, thank you. Piccolo is not there, but they are set. Barrels out next to each other, just the cleanest you've seen them in a while.
He just kind of looks down and I should have seen that coming. And then, yeah, he'll probably wander around the ship trying to find a way to do something to repay him.
All right.
And then I have
You're
something
gonna
to
do
do
his food or
after.
drink or something.
Yeah. What you got, Chara?
So I'm gonna start socializing my plan for the party.
Okay. All right. So,
First things first, Captain's got to be on board.
all right. You, after some training with Liam, you look around for the captain. You find him in one of the viewing pods, kind of off to the side of the main bridge area up above, and where there's like a couch, a bunch of pillows and such set up. And you see him kind of sitting back, comfortable, and he's just got a book in his lap. Seems to be reading.
Gonna flop on the couch next to him.
He doesn't seem to react. He just kind of bounces a little. And then after a moment, you see him just flip it close, put it down, and look at you.
I was
Oh,
just waiting
hello.
for you to get to a good stopping point.
That's very kind of you. Very polite.
I do try. So, I
Yes.
have to be honest. As you can imagine, our group has had, well, quite a bad run for the past couple of weeks. I mean, we've kind of trauma dumped on you since the moment we've met. And, well, Nina's birthday is in 6 days. And I don't know. I know that the ship has like weird no party rules and like you're very like focused on the work, but I just think that it would mean a lot to us. And I could do everything. Like, you don't have to do anything. I just, want to make sure that we have permission before we go and shake things up a bit.
I mean, birthday's a birthday.
Can't change the dates on a
Yeah, you
birthday.
Is there something you need from us? I assume you're going to want, the usual, cake, drinks.
And I'd be happy to pay for, whatever it is or for the trouble and help prepare. We wouldn't want to take away from you.
I mean, if you wish to help, you may. Enoch would be more than happy to take suggestions. However, do you have any skill in cooking?
I can't say I haven't tried cooking before. much like sewing versus quilting, I can sew an outfit, but I can't quilt. So ask me to bake a cake, and it's probably not going to come out right.
Well then.
But rats over an open fire. I'm your girl for sure.
Well, we have that in common. Yeah, you know, maybe just let Enoff do her thing. She is amazing at taking input. I would say give her insight as to what you're looking for. She will create what you want times 10.
Chara's going to attempt to say thank you in Infernal.
Roll a d20. Just straight.
That is a 2.
You see him, his brow kind of furrows, like confused for a moment before he realizes what you're doing. And then he chuckles and actually kind of scoots over a little bit more and would guide you. He's going to teach you how to say what it is you were trying to say. And then he'd probably spend a little time teaching you curse words. and
Perfect. I was
naughty
hoping for at least
things.
one good cuss word.
Yeah.
Perfect. What a great way to spend the afternoon. Sold.
All right.
Yes, and I inform no one else in the party that I'm doing this,
Mhm.
by the way. So, just none of you.
All right. When you get with Enoff, when are you announcing you want to do this?
I'm gonna try to do it like one by one with the crew members
Okay.
and be like, get them in on it, like it's a surprise.
Okay. All right.
I
So
fully understand that surprise parties are hostile. I intend for this to be a hostile party. So,
yeah. Enoff is like, oh yeah, no, I get that entirely. But you and I think we're on the same page. I'm gonna make this the best goddamn meal you've ever had. This cake?
no cheese.
Yeah, no cheese. What?
No cheese.
Oh,
Yeah.
like a cheesecake?
just like anywhere. Like any cheese.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's going to be an issue. I can make a
I
cake
didn't
without
think
cheese.
so, but perfect. I obviously don't understand.
Do you want the cake to be in any kind of shape or anything? It's not often I get to make
I
a
think-
cake. I'm really excited.
Okay, so I think you should really just have fun with it.
All right.
The cake should be red for sure, like a red cake.
Like the inside or the outside?
I think the outside should be
All right.
red.
Yeah. I'm all about that. All right.
This is gonna be so much fun.
Yay.
Spread the word, but like remember, surprise.
Surprise. So, don't spread the word, but spread the word.
Well, like, you know, within the crew can know. I would love for the crew to know. I want
Okay.
everybody to be excited, except for the birthday girl. The birthday girl cannot know.
Okay, everyone else but the birthday guy. I gotcha.
But
I
the-
gotcha. And that's the one with the horns, right?
The one with the horns.
Okay,
right?
I gotcha. And then, yeah, you kind of.
Oh, and remember,
Yeah.
21 candles.
20. Really?
I know, right?
She comes off as so much older.
Well, that was the whole curse thing, I think. So,
She's cursed.
was curse, not anymore. We fixed that.
Wow, you guys must see so much.
I don't think we see as much as y'all do, though.
Well, I mean, we see a lot vantage point wise, but you know, things get real small when you're having to look at them way down, so it's hard to really actually see things.
Oh, but I'm sure you go to a lot of places.
Yeah, we go a lot of places. Lately, though, we've kind
Well,
of just
awesome.
been going back and forth between a few cities.
Oh, which ones?
Mostly Waterdeep, Athkatla. We've been Daggerford. I think we hit a Baldur's Gate one time. And then Never Ember.
Oh, okay. I don't know any of those places, so
Oh. Really?
it's memory stuff. I don't remember much, but
Oh,
might have been
poor
there.
dear. All right. Well, I'm going to get all this menu start going.
Awesome! Yay!
Yay! All right. And she would start working on stuff. How many days is it?
I think I said 6
6
days,
days.
but I
Okay.
can't. I was trying to get as close to what I sent to you in the chat as possible,
Okay.
but I realized I'm not good at math and I can't remember what I said. Both.
Okay.
So.
All right. So,
I still
you
love
mean-
the description of a hostile party. I'm so ready for what you're planning.
okay. So, in these days, we're probably going to skip ahead a few days, unless anyone had anything in particular they want to do the rest of this day. Nope. Okay. All right. So we'll say several days pass. We are looking at probably about day 8 or 9. So you guys have been on ship for quite a while. At one point, they would Parsonus would take you to one of the viewing areas, and there's an area on the viewing area where they can actually open the window, so to speak, and it almost has like an arcane barrier that shimmers over, but fresh air comes through. And you notice quite a few of the crew make their way up at this point throughout. Any of you that kind of want to just get some fresh air and stuff, with it being a clear day and everything, you're able to do so. And then another day passes.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
At some point in those days, I would have asked if there was any sort of wood that could be carved, like scrap wood or whatever, and they had lying around in the shop, or left over seeing parts of the ship or anything.
Mr. Piccolo, in his lab, he'd probably direct you to the Lieutenant Hesteva, who would hear what you're asking for. She is very flat affect. Well, no, that's not fair. She has resting bitch face. She just always is like listening to you with this bitchy expression. But when you say what it is you want, her brow just kind of arches and she gives a nod. Let's see what I can do. And she turns and walks off. And probably about 30 minutes later, she would come by your room, knock on the door, and she would hand you a wood block, basically. I assume you have tools.
I
already.
do.
What do you plan to do with this?
It's been a long time since I've just carved wood in general. Thought it was necessary to kind of go back to my childhood. Idle hands and all.
She gives a nod, walks off. And a few minutes later, you hear another soft knock at your door. And you see her standing there again. And she hands you a small broom in a little pan. Clean up after yourself. Nods and walks away.
Gotcha.
In that like 5 to 6 days that passed, can I have sought out the captain at one point when he was like either alone at his maps or on the bridge or something as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say probably one of the nights when a lot of your party have already gone to bed, you kind of head out of your room, just peek out, and you see his form far down the walkway at the end. You see the backside of him as he's just leant over the table, kind of shifting maps and such.
Yeah, I'd walk up, and when I was like about 10 feet away, I'd kind of clear my throat just to announce that I was there and be like, "Late night, Captain?"
I enjoy the nights. What about you? What can I help you with?
Just struggle to sleep in unknown places sometime, but as you can imagine, I think it's a little bit more than that because your ship runs fine.
You're adventurers. You sleep in a new place all the time.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's more about the mindset this time around. But your crew is so attuned to one another. Can't imagine you've dealt with any strife in quite a long time.
We have our scuffles. We mostly
Oh,
try
really?
to avoid set scuffles.
How do you manage that?
A lot of stealth and deception. Thinly held truce. Why do you ask?
I was hoping it was a little bit more like we worked through them, and in that recovery, we found that we're more of a family than we thought. But it sounds like the vibe that you guys give off at dinner is not quite what it is.
Well, my apologies. I thought you were speaking of something else. So, us in particular. I mean, yes, we've been through a lot. We've all belonged to everyone on this crew has been through things. And they're talented. We
That's
all
fair.
had a need to be together. We needed safety. We needed shelter. We needed people we could trust. And we offered that for each other. Obviously, it takes time, especially in close quarters like this. You're going to have breakdowns. Everyone has secrets, dear.
So, when two of your crew does happen to have their differences as a captain, how do you solve it? Or do you stay out of it?
Ultimately, the crew know you need a goal when you're over a group. A conjoined goal. Something all of you are striving for. So long as you have that, you will have the understanding of family. All the strife, the little bickering, the pettiness, it falls off. Because in the end, we all come together. How long has your group been together?
Two months? Maybe 3? At least me. Nathan's the newest to our group. Rowan and Liam go back a little bit further than that.
And you all come from different avenues of life, I'm sure. It's always hard when you first start. The first few years are going to be a crash.
I suppose that's fair. She kind of glances down at the maps on his table, and you said that he's been reading some books. Is there any books on the table that look like they're about the ship or spelljammers or any of the like gear mechanics or anything like that on?
There's no books on this table.
Okay.
It's just the maps, and then there are navigational notes and such.
Okay. Well, I won't take up too much of your time, but no offense, am getting tired of walking the same route every single day. I was wondering if maybe you had a library, a personal one, and just a handful of books that I might be able to take a look at, see if something piques my interest.
He kind of turns and leans back against the table and crosses his arm and kind of looks at you. I do have some books. I don't think they're going to be what you're looking for. However, if you need some entertainment value, I could offer you that.
I think I'd be up for just about anything right now.
Excellent. And he would push off from the table and head down the hallway, take you into his room, and he would walk up to a bookshelf on the wall at the head of his bed, and he would kind of peruse it for a bit, pull one, look at it, hand it back to you, kind of look. Yes, this one too. Yeah.
As he's doing this, if I start to see that he's trying to pick out something that he thinks I would like, I'm going to stop him because I'm trying to find something I think Nathan would like.
Okay. So you see several books on the shelf. You see one book on his desk. Most of the books on the bookshelf look like fiction.
Okay.
There is one that looks to be like a I don't want to say like a master and commander kind of a thing, but space jammers.
Sure.
And but most of the books on his shelf look like young adult fiction.
Perfect. That's what I was. I
Mhm.
thought that were gonna be. Okay. I'll go for like the Master and Commander one. That's
Mhm.
like the Spelljammer version.
Okay.
But if I mean, what I was looking for too was more just like a like something that's a little bit nonfiction that had like diagrams in it. If he had anything, but maybe that's something I'll like find in Mr. Picklow's place or something like for one of the cannons. Just to give Nathan pictures to go along with the words and
Mhm.
sounding them out.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. So if you kind of explain that, Parsoness would kind of nod at you. You know, Miss Piccolo doesn't really go by books. Everything's in his head.
That's fair. I think that's how Nathan's gotten around most of these years too.
I don't even know if he can read, which is odd considering he does math without writing it down either. He's brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. But he also does it all in his
Okay,
head.
well, I'll start with this one. And I'll take this one for me, and she'll grab one of the young adult ones. And just tell him goodnight and thanks for humoring her and everything like that.
All right. Anyone else need to do anything?
Also within the first week,
Okay.
I would have asked if there was anyone on board who was more like a religious person or a cleric or had any connections to any guys, as someone that I could just go and talk to.
Who do you ask?
I would ask the captain.
He would kind of chuckle at you and sorry, my dear. No one says it's very religious. We mark our own path.
Fair enough. Doesn't hurt to ask, though.
He turns away for a moment. And as you start to walk away, he turns his head and looks at you again. Do you need help?
I need a lot of help, to be honest. Don't even know where to begin. And just so you know, after that first day of me being awake, I have not been wearing the armor.
Okay. You might speak to Hesaba. She's not religious, but I sense she has a bit of the same spirit as you.
Does she like talking?
Not really. More of a listener. However, when she does speak, it's... you can count on it to be precise. She's not going to bullshit you.
I'll take that into consideration. And again, I appreciate you allowing me to be on your ship, considering how we met.
How did we meet?
Really fucking awful for all I know.
Oh, you mean when you were a little crazy?
normally people say, you're not welcome here, but my understanding is you took care of me while they went back off the ship and came back.
Well, if you haven't noticed, everyone on our ship is a bit of an oddball. We were all kind of outcasts.
Still, you had no idea who I was and whether I was dangerous or not to your crew, so I
I could
appreciate
say
it.
the same. But you were insane at the time, so I guess I really can't say that. How's that going, by the way? Just clarity of mind all of a sudden.
I'm still processing it, to be fair. I don't know.
Was it a curse?
Well, that's just it. I don't know exactly what caused it. And that's what worries me.
Has it ever happened before?
Not quite to that extent. I have had an incident in the past with going blind. But that was a clear-cut result of an action. So
Well, just to be clear, if you hurt any of my crew, my politeness and kindness will end quite abruptly.
I can respect that. I have a feeling I might be seeing the world approaching me a little quicker than I'd like if that was the case.
You would be correct. I'm glad we understand one another. Otherwise, you're free to walk.
I'd appreciate it, thank you. I appreciate the help.
He turns back. All right.
And I'll walk away.
A few more days pass. We'll say we are at day 11.
We don't have to play too much of this out, but I will just say that Nina would have, like, after dinner, one of the nights brought the book to Nathan and said, "Hey, I know you really enjoy tinkering with the guns, but you said all things can be improved, and we have time. So I have a book, you have a book. If you want to read, I can be here to point out words if you want." It's a story about a captain of a ship like this one. It's kind of on the nose, but I mean, I guess it worked. I don't know, maybe it's too on the nose, in which case I have this one, but this one's a little bit more like genie smut. So,
He just
Yeah.
reaches out slowly and grabs the captain one and just puts it out her hand.
Cool.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys get a long rest, and let's see here. Okay, you guys, so the night of the 10th, all of the party beds down for the night. Ooh, sorry. You see long, dark halls, dimly lit by flickering candle flame. Soft footfalls accompany metallic ones. And Priest Farwick Arvelok, draped in his formal robes, with the symbol of Heronius on the back, leads a small troop of fully armed warriors marching down the long, dark, empty halls beneath the temple of Heronius. Arvelok's expression is stoic, determined, pensive, a candle in one hand and a small wood box in the other. He stops suddenly, the plate-covered warriors behind him immediately unsheathing their weapons and taking up defensive positions. A tense moment of silence as they peer down the dark hallway. And then an unusual hollow tinkling sound, like glass rolling across stone. And from the darkness, an orb of thick glass, dull red in color, rolls quickly towards them. Arvelok's eyes widen as two crossbow bolts from the darkness suddenly strike the orb, and a deafening explosion of fire erupts. Rowan, your eyes fly open, gasping for air, sweat beating down your forehead as you sit up on the morning of the 11th.
Okay, so that was in my sleep, the whole thing. Does it wake Nina? Me, like, shooting up, kind of.
I don't have a high passive perception, and I'm usually a pretty heavy sleeper, but I'll roll a luck check. How does that sound? I'll just roll a d20 and see. Because I did say that I haven't been sleeping well, but... No, I got a 2. I am dead asleep.
I will try to... I'm going to quickly grab out of my backpack whatever, like, parchment or anything, and write down as many of the details that I can remember at that moment, out of fear of potentially forgetting it.
Okay. You scribble it down. Anything else
And
you want
then
to do?
I will look over at Nina, being completely passed out.
Dead asleep, drooling.
I might die today. And I will go over and wake her up.
Huh? What?
I'm sorry to wake you.
What time is it?
I'm inside a tin can. I don't know. There may be a little bit of a problem.
You say that, and she is suddenly wide awake. What's wrong?
And I'm gonna sit down on the corner of your bed, and I look like kind of nervous. You probably see bead of sweat coming down. I just had another vision. I've been having visions more than before, apparently. I wrote it down.
Okay.
I'm just gonna hand over the piece of paper that kind of lays out what I saw.
Oh, fuck. You recognize these soldiers? These knights?
So it was the priest that I gave the shard to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, did you recognize where this is at? This isn't in Waterdeep, right?
I'm pretty sure this was in the bottom of the temple, most likely, based on the look of the walls and.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Did we do this? Did we bring them to Waterdeep?
We've always wondered if we were being followed at one point or another, didn't we?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I just. It's my fault again.
No. It's not just your fault. If they followed us, it's because we all came here. And it's not your fault.
I mean, it kind of is. I handed it over. If it's what I thought it was that I saw.
Well, it looked like the orb of power, right? Like the one that Flick prevented, one of the ones that Flick prevented in Red Larch. So, but it was fire, not water this time around. Okay. Well, there's nothing we can do about it right now, as awful as that sounds. We're just a few days away from Athkatla, but we'll look into it when we get back. If that's what you want to do.
I mean, that's what I figured we'd have to do anyways, one way or another. But. Oh boy. Oh. Nathan is gonna be pissed.
Why do you say that?
Because he's right.
About?
I just willy-nilly handed it over to someone threatening me.
In that moment, did you believe it was the right thing to do? They're supposed to be your priest, your whatever you call it, the leader of your order, right?
He's a leader, yeah, but still, I brought someone into our burdens.
Rowan, our burdens are not just ours. This is the world working against us right now, and we're just trying our hardest to help. So you did what you thought was right. Maybe he was threatening you, but let's be honest, with how the other one went, it might be well placed. but we need all the help we can get. So don't. Maybe Nathan was right, but also maybe you were right in what you did. We'll figure it out when we get there.
In that moment, I'm gonna look at you with like a puzzled look, like, what the hell has happened to you? Normally,
Well, I
you
was
just had some snarky remark of how stupid I really was in that moment.
I mean, I am fully going to agree with you that you were dumb when you attacked the magistrate in the alleyway. Or I'm going to fully agree with Nathan when he says you were dumb for that. But you were in a holy place of the god that you follow. And someone who was somewhat in charge asked you to give him a very dangerous magical object because you yourself were in a state of precarious judgment. I'm not going to say you did the wrong thing there. I don't know what the right thing is to do, as much as I like to think that I know everything. I think it's pretty clear I don't. And to be honest, I'm pretty tired of trying to make everyone else think I do, so I'm just here to keep you all alive and maybe save the world. But mostly keep you guys alive.
No longer let the world burn.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be some burning involved if your vision has anything to say about it. She kind of waves the paper.
Okay. Yeah. And I'll take the paper back from you. I don't
But
know
hey,
how I feel about the fact that I'm having more visions happen more often than before. Like, what the fuck's up with that?
well, you have a new tattoo that used to be a pretty powerfully magical item that you didn't have before. And we know that it is in some way tied to whatever nastiness is going on, right? Maybe it's just making you a little bit more in tune with all of that.
Yeah. Maybe. That's. I'm sorry I woke you. I just.
Oh, geez. Please wake me for stuff like this. I must have stayed up pretty late reading this book. She kind of shoves it away underneath the bed. But about the visions thing, I think we should tell the others, and I don't mean that in a way that we need to like scare them or, make anyone feel like we're heading in the wrong direction. But I think as a group, we need to figure out what our goal is, and not just short term, but the long term horizon that we're all aiming for. And if that doesn't align anymore, I think we need to be honest with ourselves about that. We all need to be aiming for the same place. I think that's the only way we're going to be able to get through any of this.
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask at some point as about what the heck we even plan to do in Afkatla.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to come up with that plan really soon. I will say Liam tried to tell us a little bit more about the Shadow Thieves when we were back at the Yawning Portal, and we shut him down pretty quickly because it was kind of like the step Z and we were only on step A. But it was still maybe bad on my part to have done that, and we should get his input.
Well, I'm awake now. I guess, do we head on
Can
down?
we get breakfast first? Yeah.
All right.
We'll go down. Even if we're too early, I'll just sit in the kitchen area, just waiting if necessary.
Roll me. Just roll me a straight d20.
$12.
Okay. As you head out of the room and you start to head down, heading towards the platform so you can climb down, you pass Parsoness's room. The door is partially open. You see him lean back in a chair, his feet on his desk, lean back, one head on the desk, like kneading his forehead, and an open book resting on the desk, quill set next to it, no inkwell. And as soon as he hears you, he glances over, casually reaches forward and closes the book. Good morning. Heading down for breakfast?
Yeah, we both ended up waking up early, I guess.
Don't cause too many problems this morning.
Have we caused problems thus far, Captain?
Oh, you most definitely have.
Got it. She smirks.
He would get up and start to do other things in the room as you head downstairs. And the rest of you head to breakfast. There's a little bit of a different vibe today. Seemingly slightly, I don't know, slight buzz, slight excitement. Everyone's kind of, just doing their normal stuff. But everyone roll an insight check.
15.
Okay.
24.
23.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
One above you, Eliza.
Oh, you can do insight or vibe check if you want.
24.
Okay. Rowan, what'd you get?
16.
16? Okay. Yeah. All of you get a sense there is a buzz on the air. Everyone seems to be slightly just excited, but not talking about it. Nina, you especially kind of get this, like, as you're walking around, you see people like kind of whispering or talking, and then as you come around, they break off. Just awkwardly turning away.
She starts to overthink when the captain said that she has caused problems, and now she's retroactively thinking about whether or not she's done anything that has like actually offended someone over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
So
Well, and at one point you see at breakfast the food's actually on a buffet along the side. You see Parsoness walk up to Hesteba, who is currently putting stuff on her plate, and she doesn't pause, but you see her eyes kind of lower as he comes up and just whispers to her, and then she pauses and she looks at him for a moment, a little bit of unusual shock on her face. And the two of them share a look before she gives a nod and goes back to putting food on her plate. Parsonus would draw in a deep breath, grab a plate, and then start filling his own as all of you gather for breakfast. Anyone want to do anything?
I was gonna say, this morning you see Nathan basically walk in for breakfast, and he's like got the book open, and he's just reading it while he walks in, and he's just using his blind sight to just move out of people's ways, grab his plate. He's not looking away from the book at all. He's just slowly moving
Oh,
along.
I love it.
Chara would go up to Parsonus and try to like figure out what the not the surprise stuff, but just be like, I'm just assuming that Chara noticed the exchange. So like, if you want me to roll perception, but I realize I'm just assuming that she noticed like.
Yeah, no, you. I mean,
exchange
you
with the
rolled a
bucket.
high enough perception earlier, so you're fine.
Okay. And just be like, is everything okay?
Oh yes, everything's fine. Big day. Gives you like a wink.
Chara would like kind of like nudge his shoulder, like very excited.
You see him give like an endearing chuckle as he reaches forward and would grab a strawberry and put it on your plate. And then he'd grab some bacon and also put it on your plate.
Oh, well, that's kind of you. Feel free to continue doing that. Chara would straight up let him. Like, okay, this feels correct. Something about this feels correct.
He would set his plate down, take yours, and he would reach over and make you a plate. And he would put it in a way that when he hands it back, it's 100% a smiley face, and would hand it to you.
Oh, well, thank you. And Chara would do like a faux curtsy and then go to her seat.
Have you... which form have you been in this whole time?
So she's been in her elven form.
Okay.
Her, like
Okay.
the redhead elf woman.
Yeah. He just kind of gives a little nod. His eyes kind of trail after you for a moment. Every time you walk away from him, especially you, Nina, and you, with your perception you rolled earlier, like, you notice him kind of drawing a deep breath through his nose, and then just kind of look a little confused for a moment. Before he just smiles, shakes his head, and grabs a plate, walks over to the table and sits down.
I feel like Chara might like just check like, see. Trying to be inconspicuous about it, like, damn. Does he have a weird smell? Now I want to know. Like, now I want to know what the fuck does he smell like? Does he smell weird?
I
Hi, Wasabi. Yes, I know.
I don't think so. No.
It's like, we're just smelling people now? That's a Chara thing. Look, nobody else should do that.
Look, he smells like open air and adventure. Let's be
You know,
real.
little
Awesome.
open air
It's
adventure,
a candle, yeah.
hints of Old Spice, you know. No,
Great.
when he was like, his expression is not disgust or anything. It's just a slight confusion. Like, he just doesn't get it.
Oh.
There's something
Well, I mean, that makes sense.
he doesn't get. But anyways, you guys have breakfast. Anyone have any conversation they want to do at the moment?
So, what is our plan once we get to Afkatla. I will bring it up as I'm eating. And we're actually all together again.
Oh man, are we going to take a 5 before that conversation? Because that's going to be a long one.
I mean,
Do you want to take 5 real quick?
We should also probably inform them about the vision that you had first.
well, I'm purposely choosing a different conversation first.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. We can do our 10-minute break if you guys want, and then
I
dive
don't
into
think I
it.
want to be the person that ruins breakfast instantly with like so bad.
Oh, Nina will do
On today, the day of my
all
friend's
days.
best freaking days.
Char's
All right,
gonna
let's
be
do it.
so
Let's break it.
pissed at you.
It's fine.
Okay, yeah, let's take a quick
Char's
10-minute break,
Don't know why.
and we'll come back
Okay.
to that conversation.
Nice.
Noise. I love her doodles. I love that she keeps a journal. Like, that's her journal, is a bunch of char doodles. It does! My gosh, I friggin' love these. Genie Smut. Oh, that's amazing. Were any of you guys ever fiction people? Yeah. Yeah, I wrote a bunch, read a shit ton. That is some of the naughtiest stuff I've ever read. Yeah. I know. Oh my god. There are like genres of I had no idea about. Like, and I think fan fiction created them. Like the whole alpha, omega, beta, wolf stuff, you know? Like, huh? Yeah. All right. Let's see. Is everyone back here? Okay. Okay. All right. So, coming back to the breakfast table, all of you are sitting there, and Rowan has, including the crew, and Rowan has just dropped the question of what are we doing when we arrive at Athketla.
Was a plan put together why I was kind of under the weather?
I don't think we got that far, right, gang? We know the objective is we need to talk to the Shadow Thieves Guild, but what our goal is, yeah. open floor. And Nina just gestures to the table of plates in front of them. I won't shoot down any ideas this time, I promise.
Most of the crew are just kind of eating, kind of watching. Some of them openly watching, like Enoch. The twins are kind of watching. Hestava, you just see her like cutting her food, eating. She doesn't seem to be paying attention at all, but clearly is. And Parsonus kind of leans back and is listening openly.
A hell of a place for the conversation, but I don't know.
Well, it just didn't seem like we were hiding anything from anyone. Maybe they know where to look. Has anyone asked?
No, I don't think we have.
I mean, Chara, you can have a way with words with the captain. I say kind of under my breath.
I have a way with words with everybody. But true. Fair enough. When I get to Athkatla, I would like for us to talk to the Shadow Thieves Guild. And I want to try to find more information about the gem. The Fey gem, specifically.
Which gem?
The Fey one? The
Are
fairy
you asking
queen.
as the DM?
Who's asking? Yeah.
Parsonus.
I don't.
Were you saying all that out loud?
I definitely said all that out loud.
Okay, yeah.
Don't you know it's rude to listen to other people's conversations?
It's when it's said in private.
Well,
I mean, we can wait. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. A royal acquaintance of mine has lost a gem that's very important to her. And I've been tasked with trying to find it.
All right.
What's the strongest thing to drink on this breakfast table?
I mean, Parsonus is drinking a mimosa.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's right, because the barrel thing has
Yeah.
a mimosa knob, right? Nina immediately goes over and gets one for herself.
Well, I don't understand why that's cause for drink. Like, I just feel like
No, I think this is Nina celebrating the fact that she's not the only one who says things without realizing who she's saying. Like Chara saying the gem thing, Nina feels like is her talking to the magistrate trying to get Liam out.
Yeah.
So,
And then Chara would say to Parsonus, like, have you heard of it? Have you heard of anything?
a nobleman's gem that you're looking for in
Well,
all
a
of the
queen's
world.
gem. In the
A
whole
queen.
world. A
Which
gem.
queen?
The Fey one. I'm really good at burying the lead.
You see him look at you a little differently now.
Fuck.
The Fey queen. Yes. Of course.
Ladies.
So you're part of the summer court?
But she's currently dealing with some unsealing. Give her a second.
You're
I
a
don't
part
know.
of the summer court?
No.
All right. Fair enough. All right, so
I don't know how to
Gem
answer
of the
that
Fae
question.
Queen.
Yeah.
No, I've not heard of that floating around. Ask about that.
Insight check.
Yeah,
Insight.
Nina wants to know.
Straight up.
Go for it.
Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna
15.
use my inspiration. What is my inspiration die? Is it an
Oh,
eight?
it's just a
It's just a
reroll.
reroll.
It's just a d20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bet. We're gonna do it. Who says bet anymore? I feel old. That's an 18.
And I got a 15.
All right. He seems honest. You feel like he's being
okay.
honest in his reaction.
Then Chara would like narrow her eyes a little bit at him and be like, "What do you know of the Fae Quartz?"
I know of their existence.
Hmm.
I couldn't look. I don't really read history books. I couldn't tell you a lot about the Feywild, other than what I've read in fictional books. To be honest,
Nina snorts into her mimosa.
he just kind of picks his up and kind of tilts it towards you like a cheers.
Fair enough. Thank you for being honest.
I know she's a powerful being. I just am surprised. Did not expect that. Are all of you on this mission? This mission to find the gem of the Fae Queen?
I mean, I think it's tied to our mission, yes. And Chara is full of surprises. She's a pretty incredible woman.
Now it's Chara's turn to snort.
So, Gem of the Fae Queen and the Consortium of Thieves. What do you... You mentioned you need to get on the ballot, so to speak. You want to be on the list. Do you know what you're doing?
Let's be really specific, real quick, since now this is a group conversation. I think that getting on the ballot is part of it. I think we needed to buy some time to figure out how to save the boy. And quite frankly, and I'm going to say I because not the group, thought that it could be a good opportunity to get one of the evil players, if not two of the evil players, out of Waterdeep. Not that it's my city, but it seems like an opportunity in and of itself.
Which ones?
Xanathar's and that bitch. And she'll point to Nathan. Because I can't remember names. That one.
You want to take out Xanathos?
Well, we're under the impression... I'm stressed because I'm the one talking. We're under the impression that Xanathars wants to oust Deanna and take over the field board, right? And like take over that space of, you know, free that land and the power that comes along with it.
Yes.
And we've heard pretty rotten things about Xanathars, and we have a pretty
awful.
personal, right? And we have a personal gripe with Deanna. So we don't want to
think it's
create
so
a
much
void,
that we
but-
oust Xanathars, but we want to keep them from inheriting Denna's.
That's the right word. Yes.
All right.
Our original goal with Denna, after things went down, was she hired us to get her involved with the Shadow Thieves Guild to get away from Xanathars. That's how she promised us to get Terrence back.
Right. And they are holding the open invitation in a few days.
Correct.
Yes. The consortium is quite lucrative. Of course, most that prove themselves are welcomed as members. However, investing in a new base to extend their operations is not something that happens often. The consortium has learned to be quite careful of where they go and who they extend their hand to. I suppose being nearly wiped out for a number of years can have that effect on one's outlook. All that to say, they will be quite hypercritical and methodical in their choice. I expect the triad will be difficult to read and extremely paranoid of any and all that come before them to plead their case.
I wouldn't expect any less. We have somebody who knows a little bit about them, and Nina would kind of like nudge Liam's foot under the table. But I know Marco's not here.
Mm-hmm. Parsonus' eyes kind of slide to Liam for a second, kind of clocking that. Well, they're also the consortium of Shadow Thieves, which means they do so love their wealth and success, almost as much as nobles do. They respect power and wealth as much as cleverness and secrecy, which means they'll be scrutinizing your presence as equally they do your words. My advice, if you truly wish to impress, go in your best, most expensive clothing, and carry with you the arrogance of one that is burdened with great wealth and authority, but lacks the wherewithal to sustain it. Give them a taste of what they can gain coming to Waterdeep, while also drawing out their arrogance with the belief that they'll be able to control it.
So
Well, that
you
should be
think-
easy. I do that all the time, right?
No,
There's
really
a bunch of
good.
murmurs. Yeah.
But you think that's the best idea? To bring the Shadows Thieves Guild into Waterdeep by way of Deanna?
I don't like the idea of a new crime guild, especially one well known to be cutthroat and ruthless. However, I have great disdain for Xanathars. I feel the consortium could be more manageable, if not a little more predictable.
And hypothetically speaking, the wild cards have no interest in what's going on out at the field ward, right?
Why would I know?
Why wouldn't you?
You know a lot.
Oh, you flatter me.
Can't expect the man to know everything.
I mean, no, but he does know this.
Just saying, if you didn't like the idea of a new crime syndicate, which one would you choose over Xanathars?
His eyes are locked with Chara's after she said that somewhat challenging statement.
Mm-hmm.
He's listening to you, but he is
Sure.
staring at Chara.
Yeah, Chara does not look away or back down. Like she is at this point, her suspicions, because it hasn't been confirmed, but she is very suspicious that he is the leader of the wild cards and like is the head honcho guy after listening to like Heseba's thoughts and kind of the overall deference to him on the ship and his intimate knowledge of the members of the group. So
What's the rest of the crew doing? Do they pick up on this tension? Have they stopped eating?
Yeah, most of them have stopped eating except for Hesteva. She's just going right on as usual. Philippe is probably trying to have an air of not paying attention, but you just see his kind of dark eyes looking up every now and then.
because let's say this, if there is a void, she would say it still looking directly at Parsonus, if there was a void created not only by Deanna but also by Xanathars, the wild cards stand to benefit quite a bit from something of that nature, from an upset of that nature. And I think everybody could be a happy ending for everyone.
Could be. Are all of you planning to go to this gala? This open invitation?
I think that's what we're deciding. I don't see why not.
Do you have any idea what these galas usually end up looking like?
Oh, they are the grandest parties.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like the one there specifically.
It won't be... I mean, there's going...
Or is it going to look more like an auction, essentially?
Oh, no. The rest of the mansion will be the gala. People will be walking around, flaunting everything they have. Though it's an open invitation, not everyone will make a plea before the triad, which will be separate from the rest. If my context can be believed. Only those who manage to impress the ostiary will earn themselves a chance to bring their petition before the triad. I imagine Quill Silvereye will be standing in as ostiary for the event. He has ways of sussing out truths. Liam, make me a history check. It's a low DC, FYI.
Came back at the perfect time. History, you said?
Yep.
13.
You instantly recognize that name. And you have a flash of a very familiar face of someone. The last person on the job with you.
Could you, what was the name again?
Quill Silvereye. Quyl and then Silvereye.
Quyl?
Mm-hmm. If you manage to impress him, you'll get before the triad. They'll more than likely be separate from everyone else. No one stands before the triad without first impressing him.
Liam's just gonna say under his breath, "Fuck."
You see.
Actually,
Oh,
real
go ahead.
quick,
Yeah.
let me. So do with it what you will, but Liam rolled a 9. Rolled a 9 for keeping that to himself. Not even gonna add my stealth modifier.
Okay.
That would be broken.
Okay. So yeah, everyone
And I think
hears
all of our
Liam
passive perceptions
say fuck under his breath.
So I guess I'm out. I can get us there, but that would my skills probably wouldn't be as useful at that point. Well, I mean, I can spin a pretty good story regardless, but
Nathan looks up from his book for a half second and just, well, Nina, want to go party?
I do love a good party. When we land in Athkatla, I assume the port will have some shops, right? Because if we're supposed to go to a gala, we gotta look a little bit better than this.
Yes. There'll be plenty of. You've never been to Athkatla, have you?
No, I've never been south of Waterdeep.
It is.
How close is this town to Rowan's Fish Town?
It's not far. You
I
heading
may
north?
have been there then.
Yeah, you probably passed through it at one point, and you would know that it is a large market, like
Okay.
outdoor market, is the central prominent thing there.
You say the Silver Eye has a way of sussing out truths, though. Sort of an arcane type, then?
I've not heard anything on that end. I think it's more just
It's really good at reading people.
really good at reading people.
oh well, then maybe I
Okay.
do stand a chance. But here's my real question. What if we were just brutally authentic?
I have to admit that's the way I'm leaning. I don't think lies have gotten us very far lately.
Because realistically, if what Parsnip said is true, it would.
Do you call him parsnips out loud?
He literally is like, for the first time, you see him slightly lose composure, where he's like, "The fuck."
It's just it's anyway. Yes, I do say parsnips out loud. It's like a cute name. It's a cute pet name.
You
What?
see him
What do you
down his
mean?
mimosa, put it down,
my
and he
gosh.
grabs for more.
Everybody's such a critic. So if what he says is true, then Xanathars wouldn't be a good bet. They'd be a lucrative bet, but they'd be too risky in that they would be out for themselves rather than out for the guild.
And
Deanna
it seems
would be. Go ahead. No.
Yeah, and it seems like they're looking for somebody who has money, but who is arrogant enough that the guild can kind of manipulate them, right? Manhandle them into doing what they want.
Right.
That's not Xanathars.
That's not Xanathars.
Have they ever seen your face? I say to the captain.
Which one? Xanathars? Consortium? Who?
Silver Eye, the Triad.
Oh, I've never met Silver Eye. I've never stood before the Triad.
I mean, you're a smooth talker.
I'm not getting wound up in your business. No
A
offense,
little offended.
but I already have a family to take care of. You
I'm just spitballing here. Sorry, Captain.
By all
Just going to
means.
interrupt anything about getting you involved. Because that's not necessary or a good idea. But I'm going to assume they're looking to find somebody that they can essentially buy out and manipulate or control. It's kind of what I'm hearing. Right?
Absolutely.
So what if we went with the the pretense of if they take Denna and then we removed her so they could just take over after.
Exactly.
That's what I'm thinking.
And Liam can correct me if I'm wrong when I say this, but before our little altercation back at the Yawning Portal, he mentioned that at least the Shadow Thieves don't get involved in human trafficking. So if they keep the fight clubs, it probably wouldn't be that. It would be more
Something else.
voluntary, for glory, or all that bullshit that people sometimes talk about.
You do make a good amount of money. I'm not gonna lie. Before I got captured, it was doing me well.
It's just the involuntary part we're not a fan of.
You see Philippe kind of rocking a little bit, almost as if his legs are kind of swinging off his chair, and one of his ears kind of bends down as he looks up. You could visit Maloo's. They have all kinds of things that could help.
Maloo's?
Parsonus would chuckle with like a knowing smile on his face. Maloo's Teapot. They offer special brews. You're likely to find something of use there. Petty Officer Philippe will be headed there upon our arrival to notify them of their cargo has arrived. If you wish, you can join him.
All right.
Have to skip there.
What?
You have to
Skip to
skip
Maloo's.
As for the clothing, you, God damn it.
That was really good. That was so good.
That was! It took me way too long.
Same DM. Same.
Uh,
It's been decades since I've heard that nursery
God.
rhyme, to be fair. So.
I can't believe you
Nope,
pulled
Cara,
that
high
out
five.
of the air. Holy crap.
I have
So
5
impressed.
minutes.
Anyways, the twins, you see them kind of elbowing each other, and then Anise, the blonde, would look up. If you're needing gala dresses and gear, we can help you with that if you want. We have plenty of stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Captain has some stuff. She like stops mid as like Parsonus's eyes like look towards her, like laser in. Or not.
Well, I mean, if he has to wear it, I mean, it clearly it wouldn't be available.
No, of course. We would be happy to provide you with gala gear. I'm sure amidst all of us we could provide you with enough. However, if you wish to buy your own, I'm sure that would be fine as well. You would have about 1 day to get things together, and then the gala would be the next.
I think my only concern is how do the twins look to be like at least about mine and Chara's size, like clothing wise. I know that we're all like Rowan's taller, and okay.
Yeah, the twins. Nina could absolutely fit into their size.
Okay.
Chara, you would probably fit
Can
more in
literally-
Hesteva's.
Can I just say, Char can literally
Can make her own
shapeshift her
clothes.
body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, I can fit whatever perfectly.
Yeah.
I just want to throw it out there.
Yeah.
That's
Rowan,
fair.
they honestly, you're a little bit bulkier, but you know, if you're looking for a dress, it depends on what you're looking for. However,
a nice pantsuit. What are you talking about?
Formal chainmail.
yeah, they, yeah, Parsoness seems quite confident that they can find something you're looking for on the ship.
As excited as Nina was about shopping, she doesn't want to spend any more money right now.
Yeah.
So, are you guys? I don't know if this was ever asked of the captain early on, but are you guys just dropping us, passing through? Are you staying in town, and then we have a ride back with you later?
Oh no, we're staying. We're fully invested in your success. Once you are done, we will take you back to Waterdeep.
Fully invested, huh?
Up to a point.
Indeed.
Are you sure you even want to do the clothes? Is there any way they can be tied back to you?
No. I mean, I suppose, but it's not like we had these clothes custom made or anything special. Just things we've picked up along the way.
Okay, so we're going to a party. We have a Astieri to impress. And then we potentially get to make a plea in front of the Triad. And we're going in honest about what we would like to see happen.
Correct.
Denna taken over, her removed, them in her place.
Yes.
When we say we, do you really think I should be inside with you? You know I'm really bad at talking to people.
I mean, that's really your call. Because in all honesty, you don't need to be attached to us. You can just go enjoy a party.
Wouldn't hurt to have
We'll
eyes
find a date.
elsewhere.
I feel like that might draw more attention if they see us a random person alone at this. Well, I don't know.
That's why you get a date.
There's going to be a lot of random people there. A lot of people are going to come to petition for this.
And if anybody questions, just say you're one of our escorts. Escort is in person attending with us like a guard, not escort like escort. I just felt the need to. Anyway.
I appreciate you clarifying.
Yep. Make sure you know what I meant.
Have any of you
'Cause I
been
really
to a
want-
gala?
Only in my dreams, Nina says before downing her mimosa.
Fuck no.
Nah, been to a couple of parties, but nothing as schmancy as a gala, I don't think.
I'm sure I can dress up and be presentable.
Indeed.
I mean, why is it even called a gala, anyways?
Rich people are pretentious.
Pretty much.
Is there any more of this bacon?
Enoff would immediately stand up, walk over, grab the plate of bacon and pull it over and set it in front of you and just kind of rub your head for a minute. Well, she like reaches up to do it and then goes and sits.
So it sounds like, as I like eat a new piece, so it sounds like we have a little bit of a plan. This is probably as much as we need. Let's be fair. Anytime we go deeper in plans, all hell breaks loose.
Actually, before I forget, need invites to this gala?
Oh, it's an open invitation.
All right, that's fine then.
Yeah. No invites needed. Which I'm sure you're aware means they're going to have a lot of eyes on everyone.
Well, that's
they're going
fine.
to be suspicious of everyone.
Weapons, no weapons allowed.
Weapons will be left at the door.
So if we had kind of a distraction, it might make things a little easier.
Yes.
Sorry, a distraction for what?
Oh, I was just thinking if you decided to change into something a little more hut and try to take people's attention off of staring at us. You know, go be the center of attention.
Me?
Why not?
Why do we need a distraction though? I'm confused at the why part. Not like I
We
get.
don't need a distraction. It's just less people looking at us, the better. And what turns heads better than a woman in a red dress? So to speak.
That's a little sexist, Nathan.
Nina murmurs, red was going to be my
We could put you in a red
color."
dress. I don't care. If
I'm
you're
more-
missing out.
I'm more of an autumn than.
Well, I mean, yes, I'm happy to go in and be full-blown Chara, but I'm happy to do that.
Honestly, it's just really just a minor thing. It's just less people focusing on us while we go talk to Will. That's it.
So you don't want Char to be part of the walk up, talk to the dude. They'd be more of the.
Yeah. So you don't want the very talky, persuasive person to be a part of the conversations with the big, important people. You want me?
Only ones who's persuasive, Chara.
Oh, okay. No, you know what?
Her is very persuasive.
I would love to
However,
be the
we're the ones that
distraction, though.
would be able to remove Denna.
Oh, that's
The only
true.
reason I think we should talk.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I am kind of a wild card. Nope, I like this plan better. This is perfect. Yep.
Go
You
be
mean I
your
can
wild
just-
card as a distraction.
I was just saying, go
Yeah.
enjoy the party. That's essentially it.
You got it. Yes,
Take
sir.
parsnips
I'm
with
on
you.
it.
I mean,
Be a good date. You both would turn some heads.
What did you say?
Hank Parson is with you. You'd both turn some
Oh.
heads.
He was like mid drink and just Yep. I would be happy to accompany.
This should be fun.
confused. Now you're going to be in the building with.
I'm not going to be engaging with the consortium. However, quite a few people come to these type of galas.
Just keep Chara company. Keep her safe.
Real quick, sorry guys. I did have to step out for a little while. So I'm a little. What are we planning right now? What's been going on? Just sorry.
Yeah. So we have decided that. So after Liam said "fuck," we kind of like let him have that since he wasn't chiming in more. But as a table, we've discussed going in kind of like full honesty. So Chara is going to go into the party and disguised as someone else to kind of take most of the attention away. Rowan may be going to the party, but she's uncertain about whether or not she wants to tag along with the group going to talk or just circulate because she feels awkward at social events. Nina and Nathan will be the ones going to talk to the person because our goal is to say we would like to petition to have you take over Madame Denna's with the caveat that we will be removing Denna for you to fully take over.
And they'll be talking to Quill Silvereye?
Correct.
Again, sorry guys, I didn't mean to
That's okay.
real things. I just spent a good portion out, so.
And again, he is very good at sussing things out. There's a reason everyone must pass him first.
Well, that's why we're hoping to go in with the truth. We don't care if people want to make money. We just care that they do so in a way that doesn't involuntarily harm people against their will, if that makes sense.
Your thoughts on this? Former member? He looks to you, Liam.
Nina blinks a few times like, what? Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Trying to find my footing after being out of the room.
I would ask the DM what you do know about the Quill guy. Maybe that'll help.
DM and I talked about that before the game today. I just wasn't aware that we were pulling this up so soon. Well, that does explain why the DM brought it up with me today during the preparation for the day. Okay, Liam as Liam. He is a stickler for the rules, and he has no hesitation to toss you aside when you're no longer useful to him. So I would tread very carefully with Quill. It also might be best if Quill doesn't know that I'm there.
Fair enough. So what impresses him?
Give him something that would be a good deal for the guild. He is fully committed to the guild. Anything that will increase the power or the influence of the Shadow Thieves, he will jump on. So, if your plan is to give him Madame Dana's power or her sphere of influence, sell it as something for the Shadow Thieves. But whatever you do, don't let him see a moment of weakness, because he will jump on that.
Sounds good.
What are you
Yeah.
going to be doing?
Me?
If you know this, Quill.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
If you know the Ostiary, what are you going to be doing?
Honestly, I don't know. Quill and I, we've got a history. This plan sounds good. I'm concerned that I would just muck it up by just being there. So, allow me to voluntold my talents for whatever task you might have to keep me busy while they're busy. And I say this, and I look pointedly at Nathan and Nina, because I don't want to royally fuck this up again. Now it just hangs in the air.
Just give me a second. I'm trying to think of how to reply to that.
Yeah. So in a case where you know the most information about the person we're going to talk to, you want to stay behind when you could be our greatest strength? Or you're saying that you're likely our greatest weakness in this situation?
In this moment, with Quill, I'm more of a liability than I am a strength. If necessary, I can got an earpiece, or I can get an earpiece from one of you guys. I can still be in contact.
That's true. That's a good idea.
I mean, close by would be appreciated too. Not necessarily in the gala, but I don't see you being able to sneak in on your own guild. So I would put that out. That might make things worse. I mean, I can't on the top of my head think of anything, but I appreciate the sentiment, at least. Knowing that you would dilute the waters for conversation, you don't want to do that.
What's the chances of there being hidden archers or anything? I will ask the captain. Like, just are they blatant about it that you just see them there? Like, don't be stupid, or have you known them to keep people in the shadows, so to speak?
I would assume they just have armed guards.
They are the consortium of shadow thieves. If they're going to slit your throat, you'll never see it coming.
You really won't.
They will have guards at the front. However, once you enter in, anyone could be one of them.
Are you able to? Oh, well, she's not there. Other than Ashtara, to be able to make someone else look different.
No. I can't do that.
Do we have disguise kits or anything? I mean,
Or do you know enough of their tactics, Liam, to be able to make sure we have a egress point if things go south?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? What point?
An exit.
That's what I thought. Okay. So I refer to the DM. In my time as a Shadow Thief, would I have known about this building? Would I have been familiar with it? Because I feel like that's the only way I would know like exits or anything if I actually
I
already
don't
knew.
think so. I think you were still a low-end member, probably, trying to work your way up. You probably were never at an event like this. This is actually quite a significant event. They haven't done something like this in decades.
So then my answer, Rowan, is I have no idea. You're asking me about a building that I've never actually cased.
Fair, but if you don't want to enter, you could at least make sure that we aren't trapped inside and burned alive type thing.
This is why we have the earpieces. Look, I'm not going to just run away. I'll be close enough that I can help if needed. I'm just saying it's better if I don't get noticed.
Actually, Liam, I got a question for you. If you had blueprints to the building, are you able to kind of use your experience to figure something out?
DM, would I? I don't want to make assumptions and mess the world you're building.
I mean, if you are able to get some kind of blueprint for the building, you are skilled at being stealthy and getting into places. What's your intelligence?
Don't I have like the highest intelligence of the group?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah, that's a 13, which is
Oh,
which is not
boy.
good for us.
Oh boy, guys.
Which is saying something. All right.
It's not good for us.
Hey, in D&D, 10 is an average
It's
intelligence,
average.
okay? So you're above average.
I mean, looking at a blueprint, you feel like you could suss out good entryways, exits, things like that.
I'm just thinking if you had them, and if you were on the outside, you know, with an earpiece, if something happens, you could guide us.
So if I'm understanding correctly, I'm the man in the chair. I look at the blueprint and I walk you guys through it.
Out of character, yes, I'm kind of setting you up as the
Yeah.
man in the chair.
Yeah. I can do that.
All right, I guess step one when we get to town is finding you a blueprint.
You see Hestava clear her throat, take her napkin, wipe her mouth, set it down, set her silverware down, push back from the table, and she looks over at Parsoness and just says, "This is a mistake." And she stands up and she walks out. Parsoness just sits there for a moment, listens to her, and you just see him thinking.
She's not wrong.
My thing is, let's just adjust so that I'm clear. Do we need a man in the chair? Do we need blueprints? Like, are we really that worried? We're going in with really honest intentions. We're doing our due diligence to make sure we're not doing anything crazy. I think the mistake
Yeah.
would be to treat it as if this is a heist, when in fact it's the opposite. It's not a heist. we're not doing anything wrong, per se.
I agree with you entirely. I don't think we're doing anything wrong. I don't think that we are doing anything that could warrant needing to escape. My problem is that I've been here long enough, which is saying something, that things do not go the way we want them to. Think ever. I'm just trying to plan for keeping everybody safe.
And I think I agree. Oh, sorry, Rowan, go ahead.
I'll just say, like, which tends to be our downfall.
I think I really appreciate that about you, Nathan, is that your focus is on keeping everybody safe. I think that we're doing that in the planning of kind of the we're giving ourselves a framework to work from. We're deciding small groups, dedicated purposes, keeping it relaxed so as to be flexible. And we're going in with honest intentions. I think that we're in a really good place. I think that trying to go out of our way to get blueprints of a very top secret building is going to look super fucking sus and is a bad idea. I think that Liam, if Liam was...
Sorry, did I miss that? Out of character, did I miss that?
I'm making an assumption. I am making an assumption that it is a building for
I just wanted to
the
make sure I
Shadow
didn't miss
Thieves.
something, so I'm not like
No.
in the wrong
I'm sorry about
conversation
that. No.
Okay,
I think
continue.
that it is the one of the Shadow Thieves buildings. I don't think it makes sense to go snooping to like try to get any additional information. I think Liam could be a benefit if he was there, if he ended on good terms, and if he ended on bad terms, maybe he should not be there.
And just be available via the headset.
Yeah.
Should we need help.
Yeah.
No
No
one,
overthinking required.
no one ends the Shadow Thieves on good terms.
They don't.
We will await that story eagerly. And when you choose to tell it, we'll be riveted, I'm sure.
And Parsonus, you're welcome to come and be my date for the evening. But if it feels like it'll put you in a precarious position or would make any of your crew uncomfortable and cause strife, no harm in staying behind. We appreciate, all you've done for us so far and continue to offer to do. So. But I will be a sight. So.
Lenaja Winter, Acario Catham, Senecio Tavano. Just a triad. You want to remember
I'm
the
sorry, you
names.
just cast a spell?
Lenaja Winter. L-A-N... here, I'll just post them.
Parsonus starts spelling them out as we all eagerly reach for parchment and ink. Okay. It's in.
Should you get past the ossuary, they're your next hurdle.
Does he seem to be of the same opinion as Hesteva? I know that he has been repeating himself in his warnings and everything, like trying to make it abundantly clear that we appreciate how, intense Quill is, et cetera, et cetera. But is he doing that because he doubts us in a way? And like, what's the read on the captain at the moment?
You can roll insight or vibe.
I'm gonna copy that, but I'm
Natural
gonna do
19 plus 5, so 24.
I was gonna do a vibe, not an insight,
Okay.
because Chara did just like make a statement,
Mhm.
and it was not responded to.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I got a crit 20, so 22. I
Why
crit on
didn't you
that.
respond to the comment about me being a sight?
It's very self-centered vibe check, but like also relevant.
Yeah, Chara, you get the vibe. The rest of you don't see this at all. You just see a very thoughtful individual. Chara, you get the vibe. He seems nervous. He seems for you, he seems to have ignored your comment due to the amount of thoughts going on in his head at the moment. The obvious worry. Nina, you get an insight that this is someone who is very used to taking risks, but also calculated risks and listening to that of his crew. You watch as his eyes kind of now and then bounce up and look at the rest of his crew. And you see the twins who look openly worried. Enoff stands up. She walks to the buffet and starts picking up the food and cleaning up. The twins, after a few moments, they pick up their own plates and take it into the kitchen to clean that up. Piccolo,
He's got to focusing on some powder or something.
yeah, he's kind of distant. He doesn't really seem to catch what's going on. He's just like, all right, breakfast is done. I'm out. You see Philippe, though, who is still sitting there looking equally as worried. Both his ears are kind of down. Hands are kind of on the table. And he is watching, but his eyes are locked on Parsonus, who's not looking at him. Parsonus just seems to look real thoughtful.
Okay. I think Nina pauses a moment and goes, I know that this has probably been a lot for all of you, and the idea that our haphazard little gang of grumps could potentially upset the entire balance of your city on what maybe seems like a whim is not something you're excited about. But there's a reason we're having this conversation here at the breakfast table and not in our room. We want to stop the trafficking that's happening in Waterdeep, but I think more than that, we want to leave Waterdeep a little bit better than we found it. It's not our city, but it may be some of yours for at least a portion of the year. And you certainly have a bigger stake in it than we do. So if you have thoughts or concerns that haven't been voiced yet, I would like to hear them. Any of them, no matter how small.
And Chara is nodding thoughtfully along as Nina speaks.
Parsonus kind of leans back. You see him knead his forehead again. And then his eyes zero in on Rowan. What happened?
After which statement, or?
Oh, he just zeroes in on you.
Okay.
Are you still a cleric of Heronius?
Technically, no, not right now.
Why?
Because I lost that right. The symbol changed. I lost the magic.
What did you do?
Well, for starters, apparently I killed a man.
He's not dead.
But he died.
Do you have ill will towards Heronius now? Or Waterdeep?
No, there's consequences to my actions. And I'm paying a price for it.
You watch his eyes kind of flare. The ice blue eyes almost glow for a second. Why did your god abandon you?
I don't necessarily think I've been fully abandoned. There's still this feeling, but I think I'm being challenged. He is the god of chivalry, after all, not just violence. It's
He looks over at Nina. Truth?
I believe so. I think it was Anise and Philippe who did our little seance thing with us.
Mm-hmm.
In the ritual that Chara performed, we tried to speak with Baronius, and Chara heard some things, and I felt some things, and we're under the impression that this is more of a test of faith. Rowan made some bad decisions that were not in line with her clerical vows, and she needs to prove herself again.
He looks over at Philippe for a moment, who looks up and gives a nod. Waterdeep was attacked. Temple of Heronius was destroyed. Several blocks went up in flames with it. My apologies for being suspicious. However, you come to my ship seeking to leave Waterdeep, and soon after, the very temple whose god you recently worshipped and has abandoned you has now been completely destroyed. I hope you understand my suspicion.
You thought I did it. Makes sense. As you said, you care to protect your crew. To be fair, maybe I could have done it. I was insane when you met me, remember?
But you didn't, Rowan. Let's not start even down that road. We know who did this.
I guess might as well show that I saw a vision about it. And I'll pull out the piece of paper and I'll pass it over to Nathan.
The thing is, we're on Waterdeep for a number of reasons, mostly trying to find information about some things that have been happening in the valley, the Desserin Valley. Have you heard what's happened to Red Larch a few months ago?
I heard they had suffered a natural disaster.
That was anything but natural. We've been trying to hunt down the people responsible for it. And that's why we were in Waterdeep, finding information. We had hoped that they wouldn't follow us. And there's not anything to say that they did necessarily, because our contact in Waterdeep was killed because they were already followed. So our suspicion is that the Cult of the Eternal Flame is likely the ones responsible for this attack. And they're working along others in the valley.
You all have a lot on your plates.
And every day we just keep saying, yes, please, sir, I'd like some more.
When did it happen? Exactly.
Apparently happened late last night.
And if I may, how would that information have passed to you? Through some sort of messaging?
I have my contacts.
You would do any sort of probe or anything to determine if I'm telling the truth or not, but
You'll know if I'm probing you.
Nina. We're adults. Nathan, did you open the piece of paper I passed you at all?
Yep.
Can Nathan read at this point?
I could always read. I was just really slow at it.
Oh. Never mind.
I'm gonna look at
A
Parsnips.
lot of books in my history.
Look over at him. Oh, and hesitate. But after him saying it happened last night, kind of like Liam, when you're on my ref, but probably loud enough for everyone to hear. Just be like, shit. I'll look over at Nina. So not only did I get some sort of vision of it, but at the time of it actually happening,
Yeah, that's new.
You saw it happen.
I had a dream vision thing while I was sleeping of what I can only assume was the moment of detonation.
That's why we were up so early.
I don't normally have visions like this, at least not as much as I have lately, but this is new.
Well, there's obviously some kind of connection then. If not, you know, via Heronius, which, again, we could probably talk to Heronius if we wanted to, but more specifically, maybe it's the whole, I don't know.
More what's happened to the people that you get involved with again.
That's not
Does
true. You're using a select few points of information to come to that conclusion. There are plenty of other times where we've interacted with people where they were perfectly fine. There has to be some kind of common something.
Does your note mention like that you thought the the hallway in your dream was like the bottom of the temple or like underneath the temple?
Yeah, I would have put like potentially temple, basement,
Okay.
mark, priest, his name that I met, wood box, red glass shard, like, but it's all shorthand, just like listing
Right.
what I saw.
Rowan, the name you have here, was that the person you talked to at the temple?
Indeed, it was.
One you gave the stone to?
Indeed, it was. Right, DM?
It's
Okay, I don't want to speak wrong.
in your, I guess, vision. Did something happen to the stone?
I didn't technically see it, but the thought is it could have been inside that wood box. They were starting to gather around it with a lot of caution.
If the stones work anything like the earpieces, do you think there's a connection between them?
You'll see her put her arm kind of underneath the table. Or like her arm kind of touching, not on it directly, but like up further, but does it very subtly. Where it's like, I don't want to talk about it.
Feel like the 5'8" Rowan leaning down and tucking her arm under a table is not subtle.
Okay, I'm not doing it like down by my ankle. I normally have had my hands up on the table and I'm just putting it in my lap.
Okay.
Um,
I'm not the
mean-
magic user. I don't know.
Of course, there's always a chance of that. I mean, that's actually.
I think that would make the most sense.
But the warning was quite specific about not using anything like that.
Well, my thought process is you feel like you've been followed, or our group has been. We've always had one of these stones on us.
So we got to figure out a way to
you
get rid
had
of
a
the
vision
stone.
connection between the other stone and maybe somebody else is doing the same from a different end.
Have you tried speaking with them, Ruda? Your guide? I don't know if I actually know the name. I just know you have a guide.
I did tell you that I had a new one because of the
Okay.
big deal about Mylandra having been murdered, not just
Right.
bleeding.
Okay.
Um,
Have they reached out at all? Have you reached out?
no and no. To be honest, been trying to focus on myself a little bit while on the ship. Outside of having been a cleric.
Fair enough. How's Parsonus handling all this new information?
Parsonus is watching. He is someone that probably Nathan is probably the most well versed in this. Listening and not engaging sometimes is the best way. Just let people talk. Let them put everything out and just kind of piece it together. And that's kind of what he's doing. He definitely wants, like, you get a sense he wants to interject, he wants to ask questions, but he is well versed in just
letting us air our dirty laundry completely first. Fair enough. But he doesn't seem pissed at the idea that we have this knowledge that we didn't come right out and say.
No. I think you probably still get a sense of that impending nervousness, worry, but controlled.
I just want to make sure that we didn't just completely piss him off by talking about these gems and stones and stuff. Okay.
As Nita said to me this morning, it's something we can't quite deal with right now. It's one thing at a time, if that's even possible for us.
But, Captain, if you have contacts back in the city who need information, we'd be happy to tell you what we potentially know. Rowan can provide more details if she can remember them. It's not like we're trying to withhold this information. We were just trying to get in and out of the city quietly, and that is not our strong point. So...
Do you
It was
suspect
just the
it's going
temple?
to happen again?
As far as we know, there are 4 different cults. The Eternal Flame, the Howling Hatred, the Crushing Wave, and the Black Earth. We have pretty successfully wounded the Howling Hatred. We took out their leader, but that's not to say that wasn't a power void that got filled. We were looking for more information on the Black Earth in Waterdeep and what their bigger goal is, but they do have a bigger goal, which means these attacks are probably not the only ones.
I'm not connected with the law, if that's what you mean. So no, I don't need to send any messages back unless you need something.
Only the temple was destroyed, is that right?
No. The temple and several blocks. The residential area around it.
Well, one blast point.
One blast point. Except, apparently, the resulting heat waves afterwards were so intense that apparently it was a significant event that even the mages of Blackstaff Tower, including fucking Vajra, herself were dispatched to try and contain the unnatural heat waves. A lot of people died.
Rowan just like puts her head down on her hands.
I don't mean that to be condemning. I mean that to drive a point home. You all are involved in something that is significant. And we have been unknowingly involved alongside you. So whatever we need to do, we're willing to, without putting my crew at risk any further. We have our own skills, we can take care of ourselves. And we will do our best to take care of you while you are in our care. But whatever information you can give me and my crew, would be greatly appreciated.
I'm all for a sit down and info. Though I don't really have much, so I'm kind of on your side. I wanted to learn most of it. But absolutely.
Yeah, this seems as good as time of any, right?
Fuck me. He reaches over and grabs the champagne bottle and juice and pours another.
I think Nina goes back to her room. She excuses herself for a second to get her journal. And all of the stuff that we have that we've collected along the way. I have like copies of some the dwarven fountain rubbings that I did and like the first temple when I met the gang and everything, just various stuff to piece together, and like we'll spend the next hour or whatever brain dumping. So both Nathan has all of it in character, and then Parsonus can ask what he wants. And of course, anybody else who wants to interject and like chime in can.
Mm-hmm.
But I will give at least what Nina knows from having met you guys in Riverguard Keep through us getting to Waterdeep.
Okay.
Minus her little hag detail.
Oh, okay. So, before you return, when you return, you notice that Hestava is back seated at the table, hands clasped. Parsonus has clearly requested her presence back, and as you start to just unload all of this and make the picture clear, Parsonus is very much listening and just observing, hearing, discerning. Hestava, you see her like zeroed in on everything, taking everything in, and you can see like the gears of her brain kind of moving as you lay everything on the table. By the end of it, Hestava kind of sits back, adjusts her shirt a bit, and she just looks over at Parsonus and gives a little nod. And Parsonus nods back. What do you need?
Watching Allie mouth, what don't we need?
I didn't even realize I was muted, but yes, I said, what the fuck don't we need? Like, it's exactly what I said.
I think we need to resolve Athkatla quickly, and we need to get back to Waterdeep pretty quickly thereafter. The problem lies in the Desserin Valley, so if after Waterdeep you could get us back there close, like faster, that would be great. But again, that might risk your crew being more involved. So we're happy to take our horses and ride back as well.
We can get you.
But
back.
honestly, just great. But honestly, just being another set of eyes and ears for stuff like this is probably the best we could hope for. It's what we wanted in Waterdeep, and
Actually, if I may, you have connections with the magistrates, correct?
No.
No? I was just curious if you could get information on exactly what happened in Waterdeep. Like what caused the explosion, how that worked. Magic, mechanical, man-made.
I mean, I have contacts that could possibly.
Just as a, I guess, a no, really. Because essentially, if something like that's being set off, unless they're committing suicide, I'm curious how they're doing it.
That is a good question.
did we know from Red Larch the cultists that were there were basically sacrificing themselves in the cataclysmic event, right? Like they.
I think this was different based on the sounds of it and the one that we kind of have, because we left that at Gallagher's, right?
No. This I'm talking about the orb that destroyed Red Larch.
I know we have one
Yeah.
at Gallagher's, or is it in the crab?
Nope. That one is in the vault at
I was
Gallagher's.
gonna say I was pretty sure we left it in the vault at Gallagher's,
Yes.
and so I think
Yep.
that. So Rowan knows what like that one looks like, and we know that one is.
Actually, we have not opened that box. It was sealed, and we never actually opened it.
What do you mean we haven't opened it?
They were worried like it felt like there's water inside, so they didn't want to open it in case
because what happened in Red Larch was they brought out these sealed boxes, and the moment they opened them, a tidal wave poured out of the box.
That's right. Okay, but you guys knew that, so like we know that that they are the same thing, but according to Rowan's description, it was different.
It was fire.
It was
just a different element,
and it was a different kind of presentation, which means that it was likely a different. It could have been anything, but it was definitely different. Okay, hey, stop.
Well, yeah, like water cult in Red Larch, we're thinking fire cult in Waterdeep.
Right.
Yeah. They just kind of bowling balled it at the priest rather than opening a box and unleashing it. It was a nuke, not a natural disaster.
Which, like you're thinking, that means they were taken out with it then.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make sense. Think about it for a second. Did they want the crystal?
It's one of the 333 shards, right? The ones that summon the Dark One, the wrongly held. They wanted the crystal.
If they want it, then they wouldn't have killed themselves.
Someone could have gone in after it later. Or there's teleportation. Yeah, no, I think you're right now.
Or it was a direct thing towards me.
Okay, that's the least likely of the options on my list. Is that it was the that's very that's very low on my list.
Wasn't even on my list.
Yeah, like that wasn't a thought.
Nina goes, actually, it was on mine. Red Larch
That's
felt
fine.
pretty personal.
Yeah.
I guess I wasn't in Red Larch, so I don't know. But
It feels personal. But that's what throws it off. Well, I guess you guys didn't really have any specific connections to Waterdeep.
No, but I did pretend to be someone from the fire cult, so pissed them off. And if they can attack somewhere in Waterdeep, it might as well be the god of the cleric who's hunting them, right?
Exactly.
I don't know. I think it checks out. Shitty as it is.
I don't know. That feels like a really dumb decision.
So does ending the world, but you know?
No, I get that. But I mean, if you're trying to do something, the least resistance in front of you, the better. I feel like bombing a temple of Feronius would raise an army to stop you.
That's fair. So maybe it was the crystal then. And whoever was down there before the big explosion happened got it and got out. We should act under the assumption that they have one of the shards, if not more.
I agree with that.
And we should act under the assumption that they are connected, Rowan. I don't think these visions are a coincidence.
However, that does post an interesting question for me. If there is a link between the stones or the shards, I think it might be only between the physical shards. I think they assumed it could have been you, essentially holding the shard originally. Which means maybe they can't see you anymore. So maybe they won't be following us as closely.
You're saying that you think the attack in Red Larch was because of it being physical?
Well, you guys did fully enclose that you both had shards at the time.
Not in
We didn't.
Red Larch when it was attacked. Yeah, neither of us had a shard in Red Larch. I got mine at Winnie's
Was
when
there
we
a
got to
shard in Red
Westridge.
Larch, though? That you know of?
That's the thing. Yeah.
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 There was a bunch of weird shit happening.
I'm just saying I wouldn't remove it out of the possibilities that maybe they were there just at the same time you were, but looking for something else.
Yeah.
that's what I was just thinking, and I'm wondering again because I feel like, what if we're assuming that it's the fire cult that did it? So I don't know.
Because the orbs themselves are not something to search for, because they're not super necessary other than destruction. Right.
Right.
Whereas the shards
Right.
are necessary.
That is one thing, maybe, Captain, that you can keep an eye out for. When we went to Yartar and managed to steal and contain one, it was being auctioned by some of the local Thieves Guild away. So maybe just keep an eye out for anything else like that coming down the pipeline if you have those sort of connections.
All right.
Well, that was a morning.
You see Hestava, who's been seated quite quietly this entire time, very stiff. Are they going to come after you next? Looking at
I don't
you,
think we
Rowan.
have.
You meaning Rowan's?
Hold one of these crystals after all.
Wait, she says you hold one of those pieces after all?
Nina said she laid everything out for them.
Oh.
Except the hag.
I did also say I gave the others a chance to like jump in. So if Rowan would have interrupted me to share that part, she could have, but she did not say that. So
Well, I guess that's always a possibility.
It's a strong possibility. If they're seeking these, as you say, these 333 jewels, obviously they would come after you.
So you want me off the ship?
No. Absolutely not. If anything, we'd rather keep an eye on you. It's our advantage, dear.
The interesting part for those is that one that Rowan currently has is no longer a physical manifestation of that stone. Curious about a few things with that. I can't answer because I don't know magic at all. But if the physical manifestation is gone, they would have to somehow get it out of Rowan. Or B, to connect them all, somebody has to absorb all 333. Which gives me two questions. If the visions are would allow you to see where they are, that means somebody else has absorbed one. And they can see where they all are, or some. I'm not sure how that works. I don't know. But the other thing is, how would you remove it? They would have a plan for that, or this is new and they have no idea. Either way, questions.
I don't think it would be possible for someone to absorb the 333. When you saw what happened to me when I took just one.
Yeah, but if they're willing to kill themselves to destroy a city, I don't think they care about pumping 333 stones into some random person.
And that's the whole point of him, right? He's called the Unraveler. Whoever would do this would literally be unraveled to their essence and rebuilt, likely to be the Dreadmaster. It's not a bad thought.
I'm going to assume they don't know how to destroy the stones either, or the shards, or else they would have been concerned about that in Waterdeep. If we go with the theory, they just bombed it and went in afterwards for their treasure.
And as you said, that's even if it was what I thought I saw. I mean,
I'm
most
gonna assume that what you saw was accurate. I'm not gonna disweight that at all. I think it's just a matter of figuring out the aftermath, which is why I kind of wanted some eyes on it. or at least some years.
To be fair, that was one of the things I thought about with that other shard before I handed it over, was absorbing that one as well.
Well, I remember you saying that.
And that's what got me yelled at.
Yeah, because you didn't talk to us about it first.
Not by you, by the priests.
Yeah, well.
Point of clarification.
Hmm.
I would not advise absorbing any more of these shards. They seem to be quite dangerous. And from my understanding, you went fucking insane. Perhaps getting out of you would be best.
Probably, but low on the list, as they say.
Not really. No, that's pretty high up on the list. The problem is we don't know how.
Yeah, we took time for other things. We could take time for that.
We got, well, shouldn't say we. Well, kind of we. Kicked out of the library before we could find any real information on that. We're still in the hunt for information about that.
We have a kid to save first.
Well, there's plenty of magic
Or
users.
one of the two kids we gotta save. Sorry, DM.
Oh, there's plenty of magic users in Athkatla. Half of them are shysters. You won't be able to trust them. However, there are a few genuine healers and such. Perhaps try there.
Any who you'd recommend that might be discreet about what they potentially extract from Rowan would be helpful, but I understand if that's not something you have.
You see Parsonus sit forward at that point. Athkatla's not really all city.
Understood.
I would say most of our trips to Athkatla are always shipments for Maloo. If you want information on the city, its inhabitants, I would start there. You can trust them.
Oh, sounds like we got a couple of plans at least. Which is two more than we normally have.
Mm-hmm. We have 3 plans.
See, now we're
3?
just getting even better.
Yeah, don't forget my jewel. That's a thing. I'm gonna find that. I'm throwing that out there. We can do it at the same time. I'm not worried about making it individualized.
Well, this has been great.
I feel like this was like a 6-hour seminar we just did.
Parsonus stands up, offers a hand to Hesteba, who takes it, stands. She walks off. He takes her plate and his, and he takes it to the kitchen. Starts to exit.
Yeah, goes to stand up and is a little tipsy from all the mimosas.
Yeah, as he passes by, he just kind of gentle hand to your back to steady you. All right. Good day to all of you. See you tonight. heads off.
Well, that explains why everyone's been super weird all morning.
What do you
It
mean?
sure does.
I mean, like, every time we were walking by people, they would just, like, stop looking at us and look away. And if Parsoness thought that we were behind the attack, they probably all did too. I mean, they were excited, though, which is not...
I think I was just the one that he was judging for that, not necessarily you guys.
Well, I mean, no offense.
We
you
are
don't-
in a group with.
And you don't handle fire, really.
Fair.
But anyway, that's besides the point. I think that just helps clear things up. I thought I had actually offended somebody.
I mean, that's always still a possibility, too.
Yeah. So what are we gonna wear?
I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm gonna have to browse.
I can't be the center of attention because that's gonna be Tara, so I can't wear red, which is my color. I'll go black. Simple.
No, you
I
could
don't
wear
think it's
red.
gonna matter
I'll
what you
chill out.
wear.
I was about to say, I've got it from here.
All right. I need a walk. And water. And she reaches for a glass and takes it off the table as she goes for a walk.
All right.
Great. Does Nina leave the room and it's
Yeah.
just
Yes.
perfect? Hey, by the way, so fun fact, just to let you guys know, we're throwing a surprise party for Nina tonight, and I don't know if it's a good time or not, but it's happening and I'm not going to stop it. It's great.
Party for what?
Her birthday.
It's her birthday?
Eventually.
So we're doing a early belated birthday?
Well, I mean, she doesn't know when her birthday is. And I don't know when my birthday is. So anytime is birthday time.
And I guess technically
I'm the professional.
mine is, so.
You see
Well,
Nathan kind of just like zone out a bit and like, oh, birthday. And he gets up and walks out and leaves.
It's a surprise party! Like,
She says as he walks out.
That's actually, now that I think about it, almost all of us don't know when our birthday is.
oh my gosh, what if we're all born on the same day? How crazy would that be? How improbable that would be. I know not same year, but like definitely same day.
Oh.
So what you're saying is we're changing our name to the Umbrella Academy?
Yep, correct.
My dreams are complete.
Chara would probably go to find Parsoness after we've trauma dumped on this poor man.
Okay. Yeah, you probably find him probably in his room. After you search the ship, you would knock on his door or just enter.
I would knock on the door this time.
You, after a long moment, the door opens and you see him standing there, a little rumpled. Hair's a mess. He stands there and looks at you a moment. Chara, is there an issue? Problem? Immediate?
No. Were you napping?
A bit, maybe.
Okay. No, I just was gonna check in on you.
Right. He steps back and opens the door and just walks over to his desk where he just kind of leans back against it.
That was a lot of information.
That wasn't all. I was not expecting to be involved in not that.
Yeah. No. Same. But you grow used to it after a little while.
Who is in charge of your team?
We're more a democracy.
So when shit hits the fan, who makes the ultimate decisions? You all sit down and have a meeting.
Whoever's conscious
There.
makes the decision
That's fair.
when shit hits the fan. But I know we seem like we have a lot of shit, but none of us would leave any of the others behind at this point. Even if it feels like we would, we always come back. Don't make that face. You know it's fucking true, all right? We found you in the sewer. We found Liam in jail. We found Nina in the mirror. So Nathan found us. So we all come back for each other eventually.
He's regretting that decision.
No, he got paid a lot of money to do it, if you remember correctly.
Oh, true.
He's on a mission. So, but I don't know. I know it seems like we're ragtag, but trauma bonds are a hell of a thing.
Yes. They are.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm good.
Okay.
Are you all right?
Such a loaded question. Now I have to think what Chara would say. So I feel like the knee-jerk response is always yes. Now Chara's just going to talk out loud. I feel like the knee-jerk response is always yes, right? Like, yeah, I'm totally fine. But like realistically, just making it up as I go along. I could be fine. I could choose to be not fine.
Yeah. You see him suddenly make the decision, and he walks up to you. And unless you say no, he's going to wrap a hand around the back of your head, and he's going to full-on kiss you.
Oh, fuck yeah. I'm gonna kiss him back. That's great.
And, yeah. Close curtain.
Fun.
Absolutely. He definitely will take that opportunity. The rest of everyone else. Anyone doing anything? It's hard to follow something up like that.
Yes, and I'm trying to send you a message in Discord.
Oh, okay.
No, it's
Nina,
okay. I'm just typing it out.
goes to read her book in her room.
Yeah.
Damn it! I don't have Toby here.
Yeah. So the rest of you aside from Nina, anyone that wants to do anything the rest of the day, in particular in preparation, because you're all aware of the party for tonight. So if anyone wants to do anything, please feel free.
I would probably. No, it's too much of a dump of information. Never mind. I was gonna say I was gonna go up to. Oh my god, I just played her name. Hestava?
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'll go up to her. Why not? She knows my whole goddamn history now.
We need to start making allies, people.
Liam is going to hang out in his room, checking his dagger. He's got no party to go to.
You're not
Yeah,
gonna go? Okay.
I mean, we talked about that. I really can't go.
No, Chara just told you that you guys are all throwing Nina a birthday
The surprise party.
Oh,
tonight.
that party.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking about the
Sorry.
the ball.
No. Tonight.
I was so upset for a minute. I was like, Liam's not gonna go? Oh my, like, Chara would have been so upset.
Oh, Charles would have stormed into the room, dragged him by the collar out, and be like, the hell
No,
you're not.
if he didn't go, she would not force him to go. She just would have been a little sad.
I mean, in all fairness, the last time Nina like directly spoke to Liam was a few days ago, and when she told him "fuck you," so.
Listen, I have a brother. That sounds about right.
Yeah,
that
siblings have
checks.
very complicated relationships. My brother and I yell at each other all the time.
I'm in the middle of rewatching Legend of Korra, and I just had where the two sisters fight, and Korra's like, "Do I stop them?" And the guy's like, "You don't have siblings. Fighting's all part of the healing process."
All right. So we'll say, you guys go throughout the rest of the day. Evening starts to come. Yeah. Chara, you eventually make your way downstairs. I don't want to assume, but I'm going to say fully sated. And you go downstairs.
Did he roll a performance check?
You know
or
what?
not? Like,
Fuck yeah. All right.
like, I'm sorry.
Where's my character sheet? Here it is.
I think you both gotta do a performance check.
There it
Do I have to do it now?
Here it is.
Gotta see if you're both satisfied. Or
I
some-
can't remember if we did that for you, Rowan. I thought we did.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we did. For sure.
I mean,
We rolled
technically, you can give him
something.
inspiration.
I could give him inspiration. Stupid. Oh, that's so stupid. I just want to say I rolled a 25, so I don't know what that means, but it means something. Wasabi, honey.
Well,
Oh no! Oh no!
I'm going to say it like this because he rolled a 2. So
He can have advantage because I rolled.
so here's how it works in a very clean way. This entire time, Parsonus has seemed very in control of the interaction between Chara and him. In this moment, the roles reverse. Chara, you suddenly feel the moment where you take control and you become confident. And you watch as the confidence in his eyes as do you stay as your elvish form?
That's a really good question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna say yes.
He seemingly it's an unusual, almost like boyish uncertainty as you take over, and yeah, he lets you do everything, and at the end of it he seems very sated but slightly embarrassed. Like someone who knows they can do better, but they feel like they just fucking failed entirely on possibly
Good news.
something that was going to be incredible. So yeah.
Well, to be fair, it takes practice. The first time is always weird. So,
Do you say that?
no,
Okay.
I don't. I'm gonna change my mind right now. I don't say that. But it's true.
Thank God.
No, I'm not gonna say that because it's not what I mean.
Yeah. So you guys part amiably, and the rest of the day progresses. You wind up heading downstairs. You see Enough heading off with a cake, which she sets on the table, and she's like, "Look at this!" She shows you a 3-tiered red cake with these almost like yellow-orange flames of frosting that she has kind of set up along all the tiers, and then 2 horns along the top that come out of the top tier, and she just presents it and then gestures to the rest of the table, which is full of food. And along the bar, the breakfast bar alongside, is just full of like wine bottles. Eh?
This is perfect. This is perfect.
No. All right. Well, I'm gonna go get the rest of the crew. Do you want us to all come down here? Do we need to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll come down here. I'm gonna go find Nina.
Okay. All right. Give me like, maybe like 20 minutes.
Okay, perfect. I'll send you
Alright.
a message
Okay.
before we come down.
You watch her run back into the kitchen. A minute later, she is scurrying out with a tray that she's like pushing along, and it's full of food and several different cakes. And she pushes it out and disappears down the hallway. A few minutes later, several of the crew come down and start to file in. Your party members start to follow in. And eventually Enough and Tink wind up coming back. And yeah, everyone's down there except Nina.
I'm gonna go get
And
Nina.
Nathan.
Oh, and Nina.
And Nathan.
Check your message.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So Chara's gonna go find Nina. Nina said that she was gonna go read her book. So Chara would go and like knock on the door.
Come in.
What you doing? She'll just like come in and sit down on Rowan's bed.
I'm
Fun.
learning a lot about genies.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have a fun fact for me?
do.
Okay, that's great.
I think you'd better just read the book.
Oh, okay. You don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But I'm almost done. I've only got like 3 pages, and then yeah, you should read it.
Perfect.
You're glowing,
Well-
by the way.
Oh. Yeah. Yep. You should read the book. Don't want to spoil anything for you. Yeah, I fucked
You know, it's
happened.
mostly reading your excitement about the party, but yeah.
Oh, never mind. That's not what we're talking about.
No, I mean, like, I meant it as a player that way, but Nina's reading the excitement for the party.
Sure. So apparently there is going to be a wine tasting in the main room tonight.
I thought we
You wanna-
tasted all of Parsoness's wine.
No, I heard they pulled something up from storage.
I guess he'll have to wait, and she shuts the book closed and sets it on her bed.
Perfect. See, I knew how to get Nina out of the room.
And I did have one too many mimosas over our trauma dump this morning, but that's okay. There's always room for wine.
Oh, for sure. And then Chara would send a message to Enoch that we're on the move.
To Nina?
No, to
No,
Enoch.
Enoch.
Oh, Enoch. I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah,
Or is
yeah,
my
yeah.
mic-
Yeah.
Oh,
All right. Yeah, Enoch would say back, okay, we're ready for you.
perfect. And we would enter the room.
Nina, you walk into the room, into a very dark room, and all of a sudden, light floods the room, and you see all of the crew and all of the party, except for one, who suddenly scream out at you, surprise.
Oh
You
my
see a
god.
table full of food and such, and
I think her eyes flash gold, like her veins go for a second, like preparing, like that surprise attack. She doesn't start winding up any flame though, but she just like clutches her chest, like, oh, what?
Oh, that was worth it. That was so
is
worth it.
happening?
It's your birthday.
happy birthday! The twins are both like clapping, and, like blowing these little things.
I like lean into her, but it's not my birthday.
You don't know when your birthday is.
I actually recently had a memory. Never mind. You know what? This is so sweet.
Wait, you know when your birthday is? What is that like?
I mean, it just came back like a week ago, but it's weird.
Oh my God.
Actually, you're not that far off. It's only, she like counts on her fingers. It's actually only 7 more days away. So, you.
I was so close. I was so close. Well, happy
is
birthday.
The rest of the crew and such would come up, kind of give you pats on the back. Parsoness would offer you a drink. And then everyone kind of, separates off. They all converse, go back to their normal comfort levels.
I'll walk up
Anyone, any immediate reactions?
So I'll,
Really
I'll
quick, I need to ask. Hold on. I need to clarify. Liam, how old for real is Liam?
25.
Okay, I know I've asked this before, and I think Nina's 5 years older. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Okay.
man, for half a second I was worried y'all were gonna be twins, and I was
No.
gonna feel really, really bad.
No. No, Nina's definitely the older sibling, but I couldn't remember by how much actually. So, cool. Go ahead, Ron.
I would walk up at some point after like everyone's coming up and saying, you know, happy birthday, blah blah, and come up and be like, I hope this was okay.
Are you kidding? It's kind of the nicest thing anyone's done for me in a really long time.
I just didn't know if you'd get mad about the too much attention. You know what I mean?
Are you kidding? I love being the center of attention. I mean, it definitely surprised me. You guys did a really good job. I've clearly been way too stuck in my head because we've been on a ship together for the past 11 days, and I should have seen this, but no, this is great.
There was no we with this one. This was Chara.
Oh. I kind of look over at Chara, assuming she's having fun talking with crew members.
I think Chara would have started playing music or something.
Nice. Nina just smiles appreciatively. She really is the best of us.
A minute later, Nathan.
So Nathan kind of like walks in from like one of the side doors or whatever, and he's all like stops and looks around trying to find you, Nina, where you are in the crowd and whatnot. He kind of shuffles his way through and gets to you. And he is like dirty and covered in sweat and just not really cleaned up for the party. He gets there and he's happy birthday, I guess. Kind of a surprise.
Yeah, thanks. It's it surprised us all, I hear.
Yeah, I didn't find out about it this morning, essentially, and that kind of threw me off a little bit. But anyways, he pulls out a cloth and like kind of hands it to you. He's like, I made this for you.
Oh, okay. She takes it.
Happy birthday. And the picture's in chat.
Nina looks at it, and I think she like immediately has tears in her eyes. You made this?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm okay with making stuff, so I wanted to get you a present of some kind.
And I think she just immediately gives you a hug. Mostly to hide the fact that she's gonna start crying.
Oh, hugs are nice.
You
It was
hug him,
really sweet.
and as you're hugging, you see a face right behind his shoulder. I helped.
Oh! Okay, thanks. This is really, really
I
sweet.
mean, he did the majority of it, but I did help. Just a little.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks,
Happy
Mr.
birthday!
Piccolo.
Mr. Piccolo kind of goes off.
Oh, this was way more than I expected today.
Well, sometimes it's just nice. Sorry I didn't have a chance to clean up.
I appreciate you just the way you are, Nathan. No presentation needed.
Thanks.
Drink?
Sure.
And she'll like grab another glass, pour something for you. I do think she puts it on like immediately, so she's not just like tucking it away. She'll immediately put on the bracelet.
Yeah, and you notice it is Nice. It is fine gold. It is finely crafted. Yeah. Lightweight, but sturdy.
Just be careful with that. It does melt at some point in the heat range.
Okay, got it. Right. Yeah. Okay. And she moves it from her main hand to like her off hand that slings a little less fire.
All right. Anything
Yeah.
any of you would like to do?
Pretty.
I mean, after having said my piece to Nina, I definitely would slip out of the party early.
Okay.
Liam's just gonna take a look at Nina, probably when she's not looking, give a soft smile and walk out.
Okay. And where are you two heading? Starting with Rowan.
To where Nina took me on the first day to get fresh air. Well, fresh air.
Okay. So you stand in one of the viewing platforms
Yeah.
off to the side. Liam, where are you headed?
I'm just gonna wander the halls. Don't really have anywhere to go. Just wander the halls, thinking to myself
What are you
about
thinking about?
state of life right now. Feeling useless to the group. Feeling like even though there with Nina, there isn't the bond, and it seems like we've reached a gap that's never going to get closed. Feeling abandoned by Hazari, which brings up a whole lot of other feelings of abandonment that he's been going through. Especially now that we're talking about the Shadow Thieves again. And that's just opening up a whole other case of worms for him.
Okay.
So he's going back to what he feels the most comfortable with. His own thoughts. They hurt less.
All right. So, revelries continue. Those who are staying at the party, go ahead and roll Constitution saving throws.
I'm gonna do mine with disadvantage.
Okay.
Because Nina is a lush
Uh-huh.
and it is her birthday after all.
Yeah.
Great. I rolled a 14.
Okay.
I got an 18, so
Okay.
I'm above 20. I'm okay.
Whoops.
I will say that if Chara is playing music, Nina makes it a point to ask every single person who's at the party to dance at least a few steps. So she's dancing with everyone.
Okay. Yeah. Twins are smashed.
Or Anise and Fennel.
Philippe is smashed.
His metabolism will burn through it quickly. He'll be
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, you know. Tink does not partake. He just stands off into the corner.
Good. Someone knows how to drive this thing, and then
Yeah. And then Parsonus is delightfully buzzed.
inebriated.
Yeah. Hestava, nah. She's drinking
right.
like the rich bitch that she is. Like, she's just, top of her game. And, yeah. Piccolo is absolutely smashed. Half the crew go to bed, guided by their other crew members. And eventually, Parsonus and Hestava would take care of the night duties for the ship. Rest of
Nathan
you?
would probably actually offer to help.
Nathan would?
Yeah, for anything that they need, honestly.
Yeah, as you kind of follow close behind an offer, Parsonus would look back at you for a second, do a double take. You know much about ships? Ships in particular?
Not currently, if that makes any sense. Probably not.
Nope.
I learn quick, though.
I believe you do. All right. Follow me. And he would absolutely kind of give you direction on things to look for and such. Chara and Nina, you guys doing anything in particular?
I think Nina would probably, towards the end of the evening, as people have filtered out, would grab the last of like a bottle of whatever's on the table and just pull Chara into one of those little alcoves, like where she had like sat next to Parsonus a few days before, and they just probably spend the rest of the night like giggling, like Nina's very grateful, and everything, and like they talk about the dresses that they're gonna get for the gala and start like getting very girly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love the girl clock, and Chara would tell you all about her afternoon.
Yeah, perfect. Nina's only comment to that is, "Oh, well, he needs to stop reading about it then, and probably just practice more."
Oh my god, she wouldn't talk shit.
Oh, okay.
She would have been very flattered. Chara is not rude, okay? Not gonna be like, he rolled a
Fair
2
enough.
on performance. Like, no, she would
Fair
shut
enough.
that shit up.
Nice.
So as you guys are continuing, go ahead and roll me one last Constitution check.
Another 18.
With disadvantage, because you guys are
Okay.
continuing to drink.
That's actually even higher, so the lower of it is still 18.
Okay.
It's a 7. I got a
Okay.
7.
Nina, somehow, you've built up strong alcohol tolerance. Chara is laying kind of splayed out in this little viewing area off to the right, pillows all around. You guys are just looking up, looking at the stars, and eventually you stand up and lean down, see if Chara wants to come with you, and she just kind of looks at you, kind of does one of these hands along your cheek thing. And then you just kind of pat her on the head and head off to bed.
I'll probably go get at least the blanket from her room and bring it out and put it over her, and then
Aw.
she can decide if she wants to get up later. And then I will go lay down.
Yeah. All right. At one point, absolutely, Chara, you would feel someone pick you up and carry you to bed. Yeah. That's about it. Yeah, it's Parsonus. You get you open your eyes at one point, see a little bit of that blue hair, and just know what's happening. And yeah, the next morning you wake up and everyone gets a long rest. And unless anyone has anything they want to do on the last day, we are going to fast forward.
Yeah.
Everyone good? Okay. Then we are going to get through to Escatla. So, all of you The ship, you all start to gather your things. There's a little bit of a different buzz going around right now as everyone looks to be performing specific duties, preparing for arrival. As you kind of gather around the map table, Parsoness would specifically roll out an Ethcatla map for you. Josh probably won't take you on to that. There you go. Ethcatla is, he would tell you, the city of coin. It is very much a market city. The consortium of the Shadow Thieves are known to be primarily over this city. Subtly. It's pretty much everyone knows they pretty much run this city without actually proclaiming that they run this city. But it is, for the most part, a desert kind of oasis city. Very much rock, sand, but a lot of, with the water and the river that moves through, a lot of palm, tropical kind of oasis type thing. But you all feel the ship, the pressure starting to change within. You hear the sounds of the engines start to change, rev up a bit as the ship starts to descend. And eventually you all feel the ship almost like kind of dip as it comes to a rest within water and then starts to make its way down the river, turn, and up into a docking area. Parsoness would be directing the crew, and as the locks set in place, he would look to all of you. Welcome to Ethcatla, City of Coin. You have the day. I would use it wisely. Tomorrow you go before the Ostiary. All of you have your gowns, everything you need. Philippe is going to head towards Maluz. Anyone who wants to go with him, please feel free. Or head wherever you wish. The day is yours. And he would give a nod and walk off. Philippe would kind of look at all of you. All right. Well, I'm going to head off now. So,
Yeah, I think
Bye.
we're coming with.
you're coming with?
I think so, right?
I think so. I definitely want to stop by maybe a shop or two just because now I'm curious. This is a city full of shops. I definitely want to take advantage of that a little bit.
What kind of shops do you want to go by?
Actually, damn, I kind of want to retcon something.
Okay.
I normally don't like doing that. Over the trip. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
I want I think Chara wants to see if the 10,000 gold in the chest was real 10,000 gold or not.
Oh. Yeah, roll an investigation check.
I'm so sorry. I was like, I don't know if this is gonna take time, and it just hit me. 18.
You open the box, and you see a bunch of metal,
Just like regular metal.
regular metal.
Perfect. Cool. No worries. It's not like precious metal. It's just iron, or is it
Yeah,
copper?
You pick it up, a gold piece, and you scrape your nail on it, and it easily peels off.
It's chocolate.
Oh, so it's coins. Yeah, coins that are actually just plated and made of.
That's totally fine. Yeah, I was curious. Okay, cool. Well, in that case, then I want to go. Probably, I do want to stop by like some kind of jeweler shop. I'd love a pair of shoes that match my dress.
Sure. Yeah, no, we can do that. I
But
think
maybe
should
we
stop
start
by
with
Maloo's
Maloo's first.
No, for sure. Yeah, we don't have to do like that. It's just something I wanted to do.
Yeah,
Wanted to make sure I voiced it.
Yeah.
Okay. And Philippe would head off. Are all of you going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably
When's
good.
the gala? Is it like the same day we land, or is it like
No,
the day
it will
after?
be
It's
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, Nathan will probably go with then.
Okay. Liam?
Yeah, Liam would like to go shopping as well. Probably check
Okay.
out some weapon shops and like clothing armor shops.
I think one thing to note is that Nina does not warn Liam about getting into trouble like she normally would have.
And the other thing, Rowan does not have her armor on. Neither sword.
Oh, before you do leave, Nathan actually pulls the earpiece off he's wearing and puts it in your hand. And not like in a mean way, he just puts it in your hand.
Liam takes it, nods, looks at Nina, and then walks out.
All right.
So wait, you had taken mine when you realized I was deaf and stuff. So is that one? So then
Yep.
So Liam.
So I have one.
Nina.
Yeah,
I
Chara.
have
and
one.
Chara
And Gulliver.
and Gulliver, who has enjoyed these
I
conversations.
would love that if he can hear this whole everything. Like I would absolutely love it if he could hear everything and he just doesn't say anything. It's like his radio show at night. He just listens to it.
We're his podcast. It's great.
Love that.
Okay. So,
I'm looking at this map and there's a slime district.
I know.
It's so good.
Okay. This is like I had to find maps. There's
Yeah.
not a lot out there on Athkatla. I can tell you that I don't have a lot on, like, if you're wanting to go to all these individual places.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, I just like reading them.
Okay. But you all follow Philippe for quite a ways, winding through a market area. It is loud, almost louder than Waterdeep in a different manner. People are very much, almost everyone here is a salesman. Everyone's trying to sell stuff. There's a different energy here. But as you guys wind through the streets, eventually you come to a area along a cliffside that goes upwards, and you see a normal shop, but then you see kind of just off to the side some stairs that are built like dug into the ground and go below, and you see a door, an open door below, and at the top you see Malu's teapot. And as you duck inside, it is shaded, and you go inside and you see a very earthy, cool from the heat outside, with all kinds of vines and plants hanging. There are, along the backside, shelves of teapots. Along the middle, in between, is a large slab of like stone slate where you see a writing along it. Almost like, not carved into the stone, but almost like arcane written in like this abnormally bright, like flower pink. And everywhere are teapots. And I will drop you onto Malu's teapot shop.
I want to go there. I want
to
This
look
looks
there.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
And let's see.
Like tea and sushi shop.
Yeah.
You step inside to this comforting area, and you see someone come out of their head, pop out of this offset door that looks like almost a iron fortress door that leads into a back area. And you see a head pop out, dark hair, pale yellowish olive eyes, olive colored skin, black short hair, tired looking eyes, like someone that looks like they are perpetually just exhausted. As you see a young woman come out, Melora, who steps out, and Philippe immediately would walk up to one of the counters, pull himself up onto a stool, and smile. Melora would walk up and smile at him. Philippe, I've been waiting for you all to come, and I have exactly what you've been waiting for. And she would turn and pull over a teapot, set several cups out, and start pouring some teas. Philippe would take his, and it's so good to see you. It's been way too long. But Captain just wanted you to know that obviously we have the shipment you needed, and no incidents, no problems, and it's, whenever you want to stop by to pick it up. And she kind of just continues pouring. Thank you. And you brought friends. Hello?
Hi.
Welcome to
Nina.
Melora's teapot. Anything you would like?
Does Nina drink tea? I feel like I've had her had tea before.
She would direct your gazes to the slab behind her.
Ooh, hell yeah.
I want to go here. What the heck?
Specialty teas, specially brewed from the best herbs and plants in the area. Some can offer experiences.
Oh.
What? like visions?
Some.
I feel like I would be incredibly remiss if Nina did not get the dragon's eye tea.
Mm.
That's exactly what Nathan's gonna ask for too.
Yeah,
I was
I think
literally
she
thinking
should-
about the Soon's Kiss is the one that I want.
So nice.
that personally sounds great, but yeah, Nina's gonna go dragon's eye.
She would immediately go to several pots and start throwing in herbs and such and steeping. The entire process is very calming, and she doesn't really talk much during it. Eventually she would bring over the pots, and Chara, she would pour you a teacup full, and she would say, Sune's kiss? Well, no, she would, not a teacup. Well, yeah, a teacup, but she would pour you a very little amount and would push it towards you. This is a tea, obviously, as you can see, steeped of rose hips, blackberry leaves, and saffron. It's lush and savory, not to be sold to children. Drinkers of this tea quite often find themselves charmed by the first creature they see. Drinking it in small amounts, however, will not cause the effect if you wish to test it.
Sure, I'll test it.
Yeah.
Go for that.
Yeah, you definitely get this bold, savory flavor with the sweetness of the berries backing it. You feel a sensation come over you, not unlike what you experienced, what was it, a day and a half ago, in your time with Parsoness. Just very much a desire.
Fun.
Now, if you were to drink an entire amount of this, one would need to perhaps make a wisdom saving throw, or be charmed by the first creature they see. Regarding it as their true love. And
Like for an indefinite amount of time, or
so depending on, she would let you know, depending on the strength that you wish to purchase. A normal amount is 75 gold. Stronger, that would get you about 15 minutes worth. A stronger would be 30 minutes, and that's about 100 gold, or 200 gold for an hour's worth. Dragon's Eye tea as she pours some for Nathan and Nina, small amounts. And it is rich red. You get those fruit smells, but then that strong, as you taste it, that strong smoked cedar kind of after taste. And she would tell you, drinkers of this tea feel a sudden sense of confidence and self-worth. They gain 2 inspiration points, but also must succeed on basically a DC intelligence saving throw, or become reckless and thrill-seeking. And depending on your strength, again, will depend on the DC and the amount of time it lasts. So you could potentially make someone incredibly reckless or thrill-seeking.
I mean, it's delicious, but do I think it's the right thing to buy for our group? Absolutely not.
There is, of course, the others.
You explain what some of them do?
Sure. And she would basically tell you, Verity, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. You basically Constitution saving throw, or they become poisoned, can't knowingly speak a lie. And the difference, though, is from Zone of Truth is they don't know that they're being affected by it. Moon Mist Tea is specifically when drunk on its own, it's a light curative. It can stave off progressive illness, poison, or other malady that is not natural to the body for up to a certain amount of days. It does not cure it. However, if you drink it in combination with another attempt to relieve a malady, be it a wound, disease, the tea can offer advantage with a medicine check or allow a player to roll max points when rolling either hit dice or when casting a heal spell. It is an immediate effect. The more expensive version can increase in effect, like for instance if you cast Lesser Restoration and you drink Moon Mist Tea, it would instead become a Greater Restoration. Narrow Root.
That might be helpful.
Yeah, Narrow Root tea can make its drinker. Well, okay. That one is specifically. She would tell you she only sells this to those capable of childbearing, as it is a drink that makes one infertile for so many days. The Puck's Dance is drinkers of that tea gain a sense of wonder and excitement at everything around them. It's essentially a dopamine effect that can last so many hours depending on the strength you purchase, but essentially offers a high experience.
That's funny. What I was gonna say, I wanted to taste.
She would brew some, pour you a little bit, and you would feel a little buzzed and not the full. It's very minor unless you get the whole thing. Mallow tea is drinkers of that tea must succeed on a certain DC wisdom saving throw or be overtaken by a sudden feeling of protectiveness and paranoia over something they desire. The effect will last for so many minutes depending on the strength you buy. Tranquil tea. Drinkers of this tea must succeed on a DC saving throw or fail or fall into sleep's embrace. Pale jade tea is basically offers a calming effect for about an hour. One can choose to resist the effect, but it doesn't actually cause one to like drop a weapon or anything like that. It's literally just a calming effect. And then Sundog Tea is something she typically would tell you is sold to children. It's children's favorite. Typically once a month on the day of the full moon, she will sell this for 1 copper to children. She usually makes it in large batches. It is something that basically allows children to see things in vibrant colors for a time. It just makes life a little bit happier for a time, makes things exciting and new. But yeah. But she would kind of put all of that out there, and then anyone want anything?
Maybe on our way out of town, I'd be interested, but
Very good.
thank you.
Of course.
It's fascinating what you do, though. This is quite a talent.
It's years of practice. A lot of learning, a lot of failed attempts. What are you
Did
all
Liam
into?
come with us out of curiosity?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't too sure either because I had to go to the bathroom when we started. So thanks for asking, Liza.
Yeah. We just know he's been reading this herbology book, and so I wasn't sure how interested he was in these properties and everything.
Okay.
Liam secretly takes notes. Sorry, I don't mute myself. I turn off my camera. Liam slyly takes notes.
Okay. All right. So, all of you wish to head where? Head to the shops?
Well, we wanted to ask her about an arcane user, right?
Someone to help potentially with Rowan's arm. I don't think we want to tell her about the arm necessarily, but we're looking maybe when she brings up the moon mist, when it talks about the one that helps with like medical checks and everything.
Mhm.
That actually reminds me, we're looking for perhaps a clerical temple in the area. We were going to check in on a spell that we had some questions about, and this just jogged my memory. Do you happen to know of anyone in the area? A healer in the arcane arts, perhaps?
Sure, yeah. If you head a little ways away, maybe half a mile, straight south, you'll eventually come to one of the food market districts. Hang a left. You'll see an real old man. He likes to sell his time for healing such. Says he's a healer, anyways. I've never had to go into him myself, but
Okay.
I was going to say, out of character, I think it was said that this girl was super good with keeping stuff secret. I guess.
Oh,
we
Malou
don't
was?
have-
Okay.
Yeah.
Nina's
I
just
mean-
outed Rowan at least twice now, I think. So she probably won't offer that up. But
No, for
how
sure.
much did
I was just going to
she-
say, like, I think we could probably word it as just like a magical item cursed her, not necessarily what it is. Just,
that's true. Yeah.
but that's out of character. Sorry. Nathan's kind of just letting you guys handle this right now.
How much is the moon mist tea, out of curiosity?
Moon mist.
Just thinking with all these like lingering side effects that we occasionally have, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have some lesser restorations turn into greater restorations.
For that type of effect, you would need the stronger brew. It's 100 gold pieces each.
100. Okay.
I know it seems pricey, but they are
I mean,
exotic herbs, and it does take time to steep them correctly.
you'll get no judgment from me. Healing potions aren't exactly cheap either, and they don't carry the same effects, so I think that's a pretty good deal, honestly. I don't have it right now, at least not with me, but thank you. And the gentleman, the older man, do you happen to know his name? Or just that he's near the food district, a little south?
He's a bit odd. He doesn't actually have a name.
Oh.
At
Okay.
least not one
That's
that
all
he
right.
claims. Everyone just refers to him as the old man on the corner.
Okay.
You'll find a lot of that here in Athkatla. Also, word to the wise, keep a hand on your pocket. Good to meet you.
Nina instinctively goes to cover her new bracelet. Tucks it under her sleeve instead.
And she would look to Philippe. Tell your captain I'll be by later today with payment in hand. And you kind of watch his ears pull back a little bit. Of course, Malou. She kind of chuckles. You know you can call me Melora, right? Yes. Yes, Melora. Of course. Okay. Well, I'll go let Captain know what's going on. And
Nathan will actually like kind of stand up and look to everybody like, we all should go do what we need to do. And as he walks by, grabs the bunny by the back of his collar and puts him back in the shop as we all leave.
yeah, you do so. He's like, whoa. And you all.
I doubt your captain's in a rush to hear that.
What?
And he walks out with a smile. Enjoy some tea.
He looks really like uncertain for a bit before he just kind of makes his way back over and climbs back up on the stool, and Melora just kind of knowingly like looks down and just smiles and leans against the counter. And
Nice.
you all head out. All right, so you guys easily find shops. We'll wait on the shoe shop for Chara. Liam, you were looking for weapons. Anything in particular? You're not going to find like probably magic weapons at this point.
Not even looking for those.
Okay.
Just looking for daggers.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can easily purchase daggers.
Any particular types?
Just regular daggers.
Cool. Come back to me.
Okay.
Because there's an idea I have of like they're regular daggers, but just like specific designs that I'd like. So let me just find photos and I'll send them to you.
Okay.
But for reference, just 2 daggers. They're not like plus anything, right? They're just daggers.
Yeah.
Okay. How much is that gonna be?
I mean, however much regular daggers are. Look at your dagger and see how much it is.
It's a +2 dagger now.
Okay. I mean, if you want to
Hold
go
on, I can look at mine and let
down-
you know. Yeah, hold on 1 second. It's 2 gold pieces as a regular dagger. So
Fantastic. So 4 gold pieces.
Okay. So 2 regular daggers. Now, are you wanting commission? Something specific?
Yes, but come back to me.
Okay. Chara.
Yes. Okay. So, shoes and jewels.
Yeah.
They can be really good fakes. They don't have to be reals.
All right. Any particular type? You're in a vast market. Pretty much, you're gonna be able to find any kind of jewels you're looking for.
She really is like thinking about this like Gala and what her like role is amongst the group, and also her vanity is coming into play a little bit. So she's thinking like a matching set of like necklace, bracelet, moment, earrings, like channeling very Nina in like the droopiness of them. And she could be open to some kind of circlet moment. She's fully prepared to just spend her money on it because she has spent none of her money so far. So she has it.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah. Let's see here. This is the Athkatla Market District, FYI. Okay. What kind of gems do you want? Anything in particular?
She's thinking maybe blue like sapphires or maybe even emeralds or green. I won't even call them emeralds because she's like a little flexible on
Okay.
the genuineness.
Do you...
And of course diamonds are great. Like whatever.
Right. So, I mean, regular, I would say you could... There's going to be a variety. If you are looking for somewhat nice ones, you're going to be looking at maybe 200 gold pieces for a... Well, no, probably more like 300 gold pieces for a set of nice emerald ones, jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for sapphire, you're looking more at, for a full set of that, nice ones, probably 500. If you are looking for more just kind of they're still actual emeralds, but maybe not as nice quality, you probably could get a full set of that jewelry for like 100 gold pieces at best. For the sapphires, you're probably looking at 200.
Let's do the nice sapphires.
Okay. Okay, so 500?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I love that you went sapphire.
Right?
I love sapphires. Anyways. Okay. And then shoes. You can easily find shoes at multiple different stalls and such.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say roll an investigation check.
Yes. $16.
Okay. You easily find something close to what you are wanting.
Cool.
I would say it's probably, if they're going to be fancy, you're probably looking at 25 gold pieces. If you are okay to settle some, I would say probably about 8 to 10 gold pieces.
I would say she'd go with the, what was it, 15 gold pieces?
The higher or the lower?
The higher.
25.
Yeah, she would just go for those.
Okay. All right.
Better get my 50 platinum off Char before she spends it.
No, somebody borrowed money from me.
Borrowed.
Yeah, I gave the money that we had for the thing to somebody else.
You gave me 100 of it out of the 200, and then you spent 50 on breaking Liam out.
That's right.
So you should still have 50 left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Anyone else need anything? Liam?
Yeah, so, going back to me, there are a few different types of daggers I would like to commission, if that's okay.
Okay. It does take a few days for that kind of thing.
That's fine. I'm assuming
Okay.
we're going to be in the city for a little while.
No, we're like here for the gala and gone.
Can't. Oh, God damn it. Okay.
I mean, the gala's tomorrow, so you probably have like 2-3 days tops, but
Okay. So, DM, tell me if these are things I would have to commission or if these are things that I can buy readily.
Okay.
So, a few different things. All dagger related, nothing magic or crazy.
Okay.
First off, I'd like a blade catcher / sword breaker dagger.
Okay. What is that?
Essentially, it's a dagger that like catches when blades are coming at you.
Okay.
It looks like
Are you talking about like the pronged ones?
no. I'm sending it in the general chat now. Essentially, like it catches the blades in one of those notches.
Yeah, so one side's a sharp end that essentially you use, and then you use the
Okay.
other side to block.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, when someone's coming at you, it's a way to like catch the blade so they can't pull it back, and you have some parrying there.
Essentially, that one probably wouldn't be super useful for you, Liam. Mainly because that was the knife that they used to pair up with rapiers, because they had the tiny little thin blades, and that's what they used to break. So if it's against a bigger sword, that's not going to do much.
That's fine. I know what you mean, though, Nathan. Because I was thinking that too. It would be better with a rapier, but I've got some things in mind with it. If that's okay. I don't want to step on anyone's toes.
No, I'm just letting you know that, yeah, if somebody came with a bigger sword, that would bite you.
Yeah. Other things to either commission or if they're buyable. Push knives. Just knives that like you have your hands, you can just insert them. Look a little bit more like these.
Like small daggers or like for throwing?
Like small daggers.
Okay.
Like just really small ones.
Okay.
But I do want to request throwing knives if I can.
Okay.
And last but not least, trench knives, if that's okay. It's essentially a knife, but it has like a knuckle duster on it on the handle.
Okay.
For the way it's held. That's it.
Okay. And what are you going to use that for?
Which one?
The trench knife. Like, the throwing knives I get. Like, there's clear rules for that in D&D. But, like, what are you utilizing the last one for?
That's more so just like a general knife to have with like a better grip that I could, if I need to, punch someone away.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing fancy in going with that one. Just
Okay. No.
Thought it-
You're fine. You're fine. I want you guys to have cool things. I just have to be able to translate it into the actual rules of how you're going to utilize it.
of course. And I'm not
I
trying
mean,
to like.
the last one you could kind of put along the lines of would it be really hard to disarm him if he had his fingers through that?
That's all I was thinking. Like just a better grip knife,
Okay.
especially for the way that Liam sometimes like holds knives for fighting.
Okay.
And then like if he needs to like to get someone away, instead of just using his actual fingers, just punching with metal. But it doesn't even need to be like a plus anything. Just
Okay.
like flavor wise.
Yeah. Okay.
You could almost do it where you like get one extra with your unarmed strike or something, utilizing the.
Not even trying to get extra damage, just cool designed blades, but essentially they're all just daggers. It's all just extra daggers.
Okay.
Game wise and reasoning wise is that again, since he doesn't have access to his magic, he feels a little betrayed by Talon. He still has it, but it doesn't feel worth using since it feels like he's been abandoned by it. And if I'm not mistaken, like the other dagger was a +2 dagger that got +2 because of Talon. So he just doesn't feel comfortable using those things right now. So
You still have a +2 on Talon.
yeah. No, I know that, but I figured like that was a +2 because Talon became embraced.
Mm-hmm.
So using it without using Talon just didn't seem right. Like just in my gamer head. I'm sure that like it's still like a +2, it just doesn't seem right to use without Talon. So just-
Talon is the +2 though, right?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
still have connection to Talon.
right, but what I'm saying is like Liam feels abandoned by Hazari
Mm-hmm.
as a representation of that. So he
So
feels
you're just not using Talon at all.
exactly.
Okay.
Or the
Okay.
other dagger. Yeah. That's why he's going for other regular daggers that he doesn't have like an emotional connection with. They're just tools.
Okay.
And tools that like he has more familiarity with.
Okay.
More avoidance tactics. We love it.
Yeah, essentially.
All right.
Okay, we're not going to be around. DM, did you see my message about in the air private chat?
No.
Yep.
Okay, you'd probably need to purchase it. Unless you have a way to do like disguise or something like that.
Are you talking about my last message to you?
On the outfit?
Yeah, I'm saying like that for like not having to buy it now, but like doing it that way.
Okay.
That way, you know, not spending more time, especially since we can't like not gonna be here for a few days.
Okay.
Okay, I see what you said. Yeah. Sorry guys, I don't want to monopolize time. Would it even be possible to like buy that stuff, or does it have to be commissioned? If it needs to be commissioned, I'll hold off.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a whole wide market. You are likely to be able to find whatever clothing you're looking for. Like just regular clothing, I would say roll an investigation check, kind of like Charo did.
You said investigation?
Yeah.
15.
Okay. Yeah. Easily. And if it's like, are you wanting it to be like armor, like leather armor or anything like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you easily find what you're looking for. And it would just be normal leather armor price.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could it be studded leather?
Sure. I will get you that here. Where's my armor?
My current studded leather costs 45 gold.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll remove 45 gold. All this is just to reasonably change Liam's outfit and design, not mechanics. May I show the design that we had discussed?
Sure. Yeah.
It's like what I've been aiming for this whole time.
Of course. Do you have artwork
So-
for it now?
I've no, I don't have the. I'm
Oh.
waiting for when the artist that.
Awesome. Yeah. No, go for it.
I've just got the picture from like when we first talked about this a couple months ago,
Heck
or a
yeah.
couple weeks ago. So with everything that's been going on, Liam has decided to go back to an old look he had when he was still with the Shadow Thieves. So bear that this isn't like his actual face, and the actual artwork will be commissioned at some point, but this is his new outfit with like suspenders for the daggers. So
That's pretty badass.
Cool.
I think Nina, you showed me
I
that
like it.
too a while ago.
Did
Not
I?
sure. That was in one of our talks.
I don't think so.
Huh.
It doesn't look familiar, but maybe. Who knows? I look at a lot of character art, to be completely honest.
Yeah. So that's the new look for Liam. And then just a few other daggers that he just has like in his pocket. How much would those daggers cost, Liam, if I was allowed to get them?
All of them? I'll get the prices for you another time. Next time.
That's cool. I'll just it's okay, I'll just add them in and like just put like what their names are.
Okay.
And that's all I got.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to take time to do that, guys.
Yeah.
And just because you brought it up, Finch does do their commissions towards the end of each month. And I can send you the website for pricing because it'll be coming up here in the next couple of weeks for March. So
Sure. Did you get yours?
not yet. I was still waiting. They were actually on their honeymoon last month, so they didn't open up yet. So
Cool. We still doing that thing where we're commissioning at the same time to get like sibling pictures?
we could do that. We'll talk about this later. I'll message you.
We'll be
We can
separate.
actually do yeah.
Yeah. So I just yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Marie.
All right. So everything. Anyone else need anything? No? Okay.
No.
All right. So you all eventually head back to the Manta Rose. Unless there was somewhere else you wanted to.
There was the cleric, right?
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You guys make your way to the cleric, following the direction from Melora, and you do in fact see an old man sitting in just on the street, sitting on a little wooden box, and he is little, but he is large. He has a lot of girth to him. Doesn't look like he moves too much, as he sits there and just cross-legged, hands crossed in his laps, eyes closed, and as you kind of stand and watch him for a moment, he is just humming to himself.
Liza, what are you typing?
And
Sorry, I didn't realize I was not muted.
after a moment, you see one of his eyes peek open. And then he looks at all of you. What do you want? Staring at
do
me
we-
like I'm some kind of spectacle.
We were just trying to see if we had found the right person. Are you a healer?
I heal. Yes, that's me.
Do you deal in curses, as in the removal of them?
I do. Removed many curses. Many.
Inside check?
Yeah.
Go for it.
I'm about to have this random dude do something to me. I'm a little nervous.
18 is my number for the evening, because I just got another one.
Oh, I also got an 18.
He kind of squints his eyes at both of you. Alright, I've never healed anyone. But I
He
do
turned into
sell
like there's
things
a
that
thing
do
of cabbages
heal.
behind him.
yeah, he turns and he would drag a box along the ground off around to the front, and you hear clinking, and you would see a box full of potions.
Ah. I don't think any of these are necessarily what we're looking for.
What are you looking for? Can't find what you don't know you're looking for.
Looking for a spellcaster who's a little bit more familiar with cursed items.
Curses. Curses. And you see him reach a hand and like hook his fingers into an open spot on the box he's on, and he leans his whole form to the side and pulls up on it, and then reaches under and pulls out a scroll, and the box smacks back down as his form drops it back. Curses. You need this.
May I?
No. Gold.
You're not even gonna tell us what it is first.
Curse breaker. Breaks curses. Read from it properly, and it'll break your curse. The most gnarly of curses. And then he points it at you, Rowan. Even yours.
Nina's gonna lean over to Chara and whisper, "You getting any crazy vibes like you do with your magic sensing off the sky?"
I'm getting crazy vibes on that. But if I sniff, if I give a good sniff, do I smell any magic?
Yeah, you smell a lot of magic.
Yeah.
Nina thinks back to the book she just read about genies disguising themselves as human. No, just kidding.
You know, every piece of fiction has a little bit of truth to it.
I promise I will make this bit die this session. I just have to get through the end.
No, carry it on. Make it legendary. All right. I haven't got all day.
Rowan's definitely just like standing there like, are you freaking kidding me that you want me to like trust taking something from this dude and using it on myself?
How much gold is it? Because that's a deal breaker right there.
Deal breakers, yes. He like sniffs along it. 400 gold pieces.
I think back to how much we paid for the curse removal from Winnie. I don't remember. So Nina just goes, but she doesn't have that money, so.
Oh, 200 gold pieces.
His head like flies to you, Chara. Bah! 200. Clearly, they're not worth your time. 200
No,
gold
clearly not.
pieces. Is that how much you are worth?
No. But
300.
appreciate. 225.
Roll a persuasion check.
That's a 22.
Oh. Okay. What's your charisma modifier?
My charisma modifier or my persuasion modifier?
Charisma. Because he
5.
also rolled a 22.
5.
He looks at you. Deal.
Chara will look around specifically to see if anybody's watching. And it was 200. I have to fucking math. So that'd be 25.
250.
225.
Or 225.
225.
Sorry. You see some people stopping to look, kind of watching. Other than that, they move on pretty quickly.
I would be I would try to be discreet in handing him the 225 gold pieces.
He would open it up, pull a piece out, inspect it, bite down on it, look through all of it. As he's still looking at it, he would just hold out the scroll for you.
Before anybody takes it, Nathan kind of steps forward and leans down, and you guarantee it works, correct?
It's magic. It's a risk. Always a risk.
Except you said it would work on any curse.
Any curse.
Or words.
If you read it properly.
So is that guarantee worth your life?
Worth 225 gold.
And he just stands up and backs off and just leaves it at that.
You gonna take it, Chara?
Yes, I take it. Now I'm in charge of the important things again.
He gathers up the
You
gold.
got it.
You watch him lift one of the fat rolls and put the gold pouch underneath.
I wonder what would happen if we shook you.
Please don't. I don't like it.
Not this time. No. Understood. Understood. Well, Chara would walk away without another word.
You watch him do like this arm movement and then go back to sitting and meditating.
Okay, I really want Rowan to try this now, like ASAP, since we just spent that much gold on it.
Sure, let's have things hit the fan and not go to a gala because I, turned into a newt or something.
You
Not a newt.
feel like you have gotten a scroll of lesser restoration.
The fuck do you mean a scroll of lesser restoration? That feels like not a big thing.
Yeah.
That feels like a small thing.
It's a level 2 spell. Condition can be blinded, deaf, paralyzed, or poisoned. I mean, hey, it'll help with potentially maybe one of her effects, right?
I don't have those anymore, though.
No, but you might have them again if you roll another nat 1. Rowan doesn't touch dice.
You really want me to do it now, Chara, or do you want to wait till after what we actually came here for?
We wait till after. I just,
Rowan's the only one who actually knows this spell, though, right?
Yeah,
Don't you
Chara
know?
has no idea what's going on.
So Rowan would know what the effects of this would be.
If I look at it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
Chara would just give it to you, though, to hold on to anyway. Because, again, Chara should not be in charge of important stuff.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is going to be strong enough. Just so you know, this is a spell that I can do.
Oh. Well, I guess Nathan's gonna go kill him now.
Well, to be fair, can you actually do it right now?
Wow.
You mean do the thing or kill the guy?
Do the spell. I know that you're well capable enough of killing the guy.
I don't know if I can get through that fat.
Let's just keep it. If anything ever happens to you, if you go blinded or deaf or something where you can't heal yourself, at least Char or I can take a stab at it. Hell, actually, honestly, anyone can read the scroll.
That's fair. That makes a lot of sense. That makes
It feels
sense.
like you don't want to hold on to it, Chara?
Oh, I'll hold on to it now that we've figured that out, I guess. Since it's not actually important. Yes.
I didn't say it wasn't important. It's just...
You know what I mean? I'm sorry. That was not what I meant. Now that we've established that it's not, like, life-altering in this moment.
You know, actually, maybe if we were to get some of that moon mist tea, if you drank it while we cast it on you, we could get it up to a greater restoration. But that is another 100 gold, so. And I'm broke as fuck, so.
I'm running low now. I was doing okay for a minute there, but...
Maybe we should head back to the Manta Rose before we spend all of our money. We do have to pretend to be very rich individuals tomorrow, after all.
Correct.
All right. You all head back to the Manta Rose. Gather your outfits and everything that the crew have provided for you. They would help make adjustments. Hestava would, in particular, have a sewing set she pulls out and would help. Crap, what's the word?
Alter.
Alter.
Tailor.
Thank you. Tailor,
Yeah.
alter, yeah. Any of the outfits to your appropriate sizes. And you guys get a long rest.
A long rest.
I've hit the long rest button more times this session
Mhm.
just because I can.
This has been the most consecutive long rest you guys have ever had.
We are feeling rested, man. Too bad none of us had exhaustion.
Right?
Okay. And then, how are you guys doing?
I'm getting a little sleepy, to be honest.
I'm
Okay.
gonna say it is 12:45.
I know.
My time.
I know.
I love playing. I want to keep going, but I am getting a little sleepy.
Yeah, I unfortunately it's starting to hit me hard.
Mhm. Okay.
What sucks is like I'm not even sleepy, but it's my attention span. It's the ADHD that's doing me in.
All right. So
It'll be good though because we can do the gala and start fresh.
I was gonna say, if you want, we could do like outfit reveals and then call it as we go towards the gala.
That's true.
do you guys know what you're going to be wearing already?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, I posted it in the. I'm
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
So we'll say the next day. You guys know that the gala starts around about 2:00. It's an long event. Goes late into the night, but you guys start to head over there. So we'll start with Rowan. Would you like to describe your outfit?
So it is a full-on white suit, no other color, with a white tie, white boots. Basically, the coat is a little bit longer in the back, so a little bit of like coattails. Probably they come down to like just above the knee. But yes, basically, if anyone has seen Umbrella Academy, being Vanya Hargreaves when she transforms into the White Violin.
Love it.
To complement the whole pale skin and yellow eyes and just stay away from any other color right now.
All right. Chara.
Yeah, so Chara would have chosen the most opulent blue gown that she could find as an option. Something with both like almost an underdress made of like a lighter blue, and then maybe even two dresses kind of put together in this situation that come down onto her hands. Long, flowy, her classic teal blue chiffon moment, very like drop V-neck, and the real star is the jewels that she's wearing. Right, she's got her little sapphire tiara, she's got her jewels on her neck and her necklace, her earrings, rings. Like she is feeling her oats. She looks downright regal, like she stepped right off of a Fae royalty dais kind of thing, and that's the vibe that she wanted to go for.
Nina.
Nina went classic black. Not too big of a start. Like it's definitely more of the straight down cut and something sleek. But her accents are like it's like a taller neck that comes up and down, but it's the giant V-neck in the back. But it shows off. You guys can see now that she just has like they're not real dragon scales yet. But she does like just have this pattern of dragon scales along her back that shimmer gold from the magic in her veins and everything. And then she's got Nathan's bracelet on. And then her hair is piled up on her head. She's not in her usual braid or ponytail.
Liam.
I'm not going to the thing. Should I still give my new outfit like design?
Where are you
Yeah,
staying?
we haven't seen it.
Where am I staying? I figured I'd be staying in the boat.
Okay.
On the
Okay.
Metros.
Okay.
I'm
Nathan?
sorry, I was just caught off guard by that.
Sorry.
Oh, was
I
gonna say,
thought
we
you
haven't
were
seen
going to
your
be
new
so
outfit
close
anyway, so-
by.
I mean, I don't know if I am anymore. I'm a little confused because I thought like we
Yeah,
decided.
you have an earring. We just want you close by, so if something happens, you can get there quickly.
Gotcha.
Nathan?
Yeah, wherever we're all meeting, Nathan comes walking in, and he kind of looks uncomfortable, kind of like playing with his cuffs and whatnot. He comes in a nice white tux with black like lapels and accents all the way through it, a black bow tie. Somebody actually helped him clean up his hair and figure out what he was going to do, and he comes walking into the room and looks up and freezes actually when he sees Nina, and just kind of stands there for a minute.
Hey, we're kind of matching, like the reverse.
Yeah.
You clean up really nice.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Rowan's looking over like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Oh, you guys are actually matching. That's really cute too. I love it.
The twins said I had to do my hair and whatnot, so
You look really good.
Can I take a moment to explain my outfit then as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liam's outfit. He's a good distance away, dressed in new leathers, suspenders holding his daggers, gloves covering up his arms, up to the forearms, covering up his tattoo. It is very similar to what he wore when he was in the Shadow Thieves, as one of their soldiers. So he's going to try to blend in with the crowds, not get too close, kind of keep himself a distance away, but looking like he's still part of the thieves.
All right. And then Pausanias would come out as well. With
Also
a-
wearing white.
He has a dark black under portion that is kind of bound in the middle, but then separates after the waist. And over it is a white jacket with a mandarin collar. But it only comes to about mid-chest, where it kind of cuts to the side and then goes down the back. And he would walk up to you, Chara, give a low bow, and hold his hand out. Shall we?
We shall. And Chara would put her hand in his, and they would take off to the gala. Ooh.
And
Nina leans in to Rowan and goes, "Oh, she matched her dress to him."
yeah,
It was the other way around, but that's fine. Whatever.
No, isn't he blue?
his hair is blue.
his actual skin color.
Oh,
Yeah.
his hair. His hair is blue.
And his eyes, yeah.
Okay.
It's always been my color. I've always worn this color.
I'm just giving you a hard time. I love
know,
it.
I deserve it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Our group looks hot as fuck.
Yeah, you guys are the swaggest, most beautiful looking people as you head off towards the Desert Palace. And that is where we will end it for the night.
I love the fact that we're like, I might just be separate from the group, and we all look like we are complimenting each other, like we belong together.
Except for Chara. Chara tried to go out there.
She did.
Absolutely.
She understood the assignment. It was great.
That's more the two Celestials come out looking the same damn.
Yeah, for real though.
You guys good for 2 weeks?
Oh,
I believe so.
What is 2 weeks?
23rd?
23rd.
Why does that sound like something? It should be fine. It should be fine. The 23rd?
Yeah.
23rd should be fine. 16 is not fine. 23rd is fine.
All right. Then
yeah, I'm good.
Sweet. All right, then we will plan for that. And for the gala.
Nice job, everybody.
Well,
We made it through so many days. We survived a nearly 2-week-long plane ride, and we didn't kill each other. We actually made some really good progress with conversations.
Yup.
A lot of big milestones.
We really do. Coattail jacket. That's hilarious.
yeah. A lot of you are gonna, I mean, a lot of people are gonna be decked out though, so.
Yeah. I just find it funny.